Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Uh, Apologies for being late. I was in fact sitting in the dark eating banana bread, but also I've had a splitting migraine for about the last 7 hours. So, yeah, that's kind of my life right now. So I am in fact sitting here streaming in the dark as well. Um, fucking bug. Bleh. Um, Hope everyone's doing well today. Hey Jester, Candy May, 9514, Aaliyah, Danny, Mick, Seth, my own sling. Thanks for streaking, Danny. Or, thanks for streaking, Seth. I see I'm not separating lines properly. Thanks for streaking, Mick. Hey RJ. Take care, hope it eases soon. Yeah, it'll be fine, or it won't be. You know, one of those two. Who's to say which? Don't think anyone would fault you for going no camps. You can actually be in the darkest darkness. God, migraines suck. You're very real for saying that, Candy May. I thought about it. if it gets worse instead of better, I might do that. But you saying that actually does solidify that as a possibility in my head instead of something I entertained and decided against. Alright. Naycher. We're at level 7, freshly. I remember, I have no weapon equipped because I wanted to make sure the first thing I do is go get the assassin short sword. So we're gonna go do that. Still kind of putting together pieces for the build.
If not over, then through.
I did accidentally kill Voss yesterday. That was a whoopsie. Not planned.
You look like you want to say the magic words. Like
But I didn't read the note on his body, so this might mean I can keep the bless from the prism into the Act 2 finale if I route correctly. Maybe. We'll see. But it does mean I don't get the boss's Raider XP. So, minus 75. Never killed Voss. What's this note? It's just a note on his body telling you that, hey, he was going to Sharess's Caress. It's just to direct you to Raphael. But reading the note, killing Voss before you're technically supposed to be able to, does have a side effect of kind of breaking Lae'zel's quest progression. I say kind of, because it still mostly works. But it kind of doesn't. All the DM.
Something over there.
Why is Act 2 so good? I don't know. It's my favorite too. Just... It's not that I don't like Act 1 or that I don't like Act 3. I think Act 1 is objectively the most well-crafted of them.
Let's see.
And Act 3 gives you the most player choice. But, like, I just like Act 2.
Don't want to draw any attention.
I don't really have a well thought out reason. I just do. Don't you mean Courtney?
Strange. Dust
Yeah.
on the leftmost door has been wiped clean. Can't slow down.
Hey Eve, how are you?
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Come on, open up.
Just love the creepy vibe. Yeah, Astrid. The creepy vibe is it's not like it's just exactly what you would expect from an undead focused,
Never wanted the easy path.
very standard D&D
Something over there.
place. Or at least it's what I think of. And there's a lot of charm in that. Also, the
But that will
nostalgia definitely does a lot of heavy lifting for me. Like, strong core memory. My first playthrough, running into Jaheira, being floored that she was even in the game at all. Jaheira is my favorite BG2 character. And then end of Act 2, her, like, helping you out, and then joining up, like, that whole sequence of events was... It's stuck in the gray matter. So that assisted in bumping Act 2 up for me. But then there's also just, like, the build-up of Cleric and the culmination and stuff. It's a lot to love. Talking about Act 2 in general, yeah. It's a fun fact, that's not actually the item I was here for. I just sort of autopiloted to the wrong location.
I don't need any.
Eversight ring would be very nice to have.
These boots have seen everything. Moving ahead.
I don't think I actually need to hide here.
Just out of view.
Not that I can.
Walk in death. Softer than a whisper.
If you hug the south side wall, the zombies don't wake up, so you can loot. I could step into that other room too, but I am not super confident in not messing that up, so I'm not going to do it right now.
Here goes nothing.
My inner goth kid's so at home in Act 2, and the lead up to Merkel's so powerful. Even as you're using that elevator, like right before him, the music swelling, the characters talking to each other like, oh, there's some big shit about to go down. The reveal of, like, the actual premise of the game. Just, it's so good. Orin and Gortash don't have enough of a build-up for you. They definitely didn't get to be focal points of the game. They are foreshadowed. It's just, as you said, less. Think of Act 3 as BG4 helps break it up for me. It certainly feels like the game... Like, you get that feeling of resolution at the end of Act 2, and then it's just still going in Act 3. Alright, Assassin Short Sword. Advantage on stealth checks. So let's see. With Pass Without Trace active.
Better be cautious.
Let's see how well we can do this.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Okay, I didn't fail a stealth check there, just the sight cones. They actually saw me. Promising. I forgot to grab Balthazar's Moon Lantern. I have a lot of movement speed though.
With haste.
I can't click the flee combat button because if I do, my concentration will break. So I'm going to try to outpace them with just my movement. Don't think I've ever seen you want to have good stealth? Yeah, I normally don't. So in my endless campaign to play the game differently, I decided to change pace. Just heard Raphael pop in.
Very old by the looks of them.
I didn't realize you could see him spawn in if you approach from that angle. That's cool. We're doing this plant growth based build, right? Trying to wrap my head around IKEA and not immediately burning my plant growth to bits. Yeah, it's not really gonna work there. As soon as anybody uses fire damage, or as soon as there's a single candle, or as soon as a single deader dies, because that makes fire damage. Like, that's that.
That might be what.
You could maybe make it work if you do. You would need to layer like plant growth, hunger of Hadar, and then a silence effect. You could use either vortex from an air myrmidon if you don't want to outsource that to another player, or you have someone concentrate on silence and you just make sure all of the enemies are in that and you keep like black holing them into that, because that'll prevent any of them from using any of their fire stuff. It'll keep their movement down so that they stay constrained, and then you just AoE them with non-fire damage.
This is no
Raph looks like it's beaten up. Yeah. Yeah. Exile. Hey, loading screen.
I'm quite fond of you, you know, in my way. It would be pointless of me to try to buy. Cannot the same be said for you? Chances are many. In truth, enough.
Oh, we can go fishing. So, black holding stuff with the plant growth started been top notch in Act 3 for me so far. We'll keep that in mind. Yeah, don't forget the silence bit. Thank you for all the consistent quality content. My pleasure, Stoner. So, dwarf crossbow animation is just lightning fast. So the goal at level 9 is to start taking advantage of that. 9, not 8, because I am not proficient with this crossbow currently, and I won't be until I pick up that ranger level. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime and the 6 months, Stoner. I appreciate that.
will die for me, won't you?
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling.
Quag jiggling.
What's hiding here?
I can stay in dwarf mode for a while and see how bad the accuracy problems really get. Jiggling if true. Sees Tempest, I forgot not all clerics have martial weapons. Yeah, it's one of very few weaknesses that Nature Domain has. Like, Tempest, War, Death get martial. And that's a very huge perk for those domains. Like, War has a bunch of things that are good. If you hear me mention that War has good features, that's why I don't rank it that low. It's just, it's got one really annoyingly shit feature. But I can opt out of that one. Death gets martial but on heavy? Correct, yeah. Opting out of War Priest charges, I assume? Correct. War Priest charges are the enemy of consistency. Because sometimes the game will just be like, hey, no, you have to use a bonus action now. It's that or do nothing. And that sucks. Alright. That's the idea.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
War Cleric's better in tabletop? I'm sure. I'm sure it's the video game implementation of that mechanic that makes me hate it so much.
Don't waste a step. Can't risk being in open view.
Shadow Mr. President it worked out. Mastiff is still around somewhere, I think. Just not sure where.
Right. Cactus look
I
about.
don't know. That shadow. Maybe the Mastiff is still around, though. End up installing the update? I did. I changed nothing and it worked for me. I don't have any mods on that use the script extender right now, so I think that's why I'm not crashing. Heck am I looking at? So Dwarf heavy crossbow animation is really fast. I am stacking stealth bonuses with advantage and pass without trace from the ring, and we are machine gun stealth archering.
Out of sight, out of mind. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Once we get level 8, Naycher Cleric Divine Strike, when you were using it out of combat, without setting it to ask as a reaction, you get all 3 versions on every shot. So 1d8 lightning, 1d8 fire, and 1d8 cold. This Mastiff is invisible somewhere. There you are. Oh, you were right there, huh? Don't knock me prone. Hate having to use my shield there. Like, no, don't knock me prone. Hey Debbie, thank you for the streak. Athletics again? Yeah. Yeah. Crossbow? I'm using Herald right now. The logic being, it's between Herald and Giant Breaker, and Herald will at least, when I'm using coatings or like Snowburst Ring or some such, will be relevant for that. We only focus on the out-of-combat aspect. Does the build do anything better than 11 Swash? I have high-level Cleric features. That's it. Swash is absolutely doing more damage. With the double sneak attack thing. Just, I have Cleric features, that's all. Multicolor better than gray though. I don't know if I said hi. Hi, Remus.
Don't waste a step.
Banding being good with coatings, yeah. Making their saving throws worse is pretty good when you can't make your DC better. It's like coatings are fixed DC. So I can't make the number they have to clear higher, but I can make the number they can roll lower. Now this decision is largely because it's at least something, whereas Giant Breaker provides nothing out of combat. And there's not really alternatives to those two. Like, sure, in Act 3, if I route in early Gortash, I could use his bow, I guess. That's the best heavy crossbow in the game in terms of just raw stats. But honestly, like, it's probably Herald the whole game. If I'm being real.
Everyone else minds their business. I'll be fine. Time to press ahead. Can't risk being in open view.
Hey, Beyblade.
Best be on my way.
Yeah, there are not many heavy crossbow options. You have 2 in Act 1, none in Act 2, and 2 in Act 3. 3 in Act 3.
These boots have seen everything.
Gorilla.
Damn. A kiln. Unfinished sculptures. Stone fragments. Masons worked here.
4 in Act 1. Oh, Gandrels. Forgot Gandrels.
Just out of view.
Yeah. Giant Breaker, Herald, Gandrels. It's the 4th one.
Light on my feet. Never wanted the easy
Crossbow
path.
Arcane Force. I thought that was a light crossbow. But yeah, no, that wouldn't make sense because the joke is that they're the best crossbow in the game. Light crossbow in the game is the Sharon one. So yeah, that is a heavy one.
You?
Yeah, forgot about that
You're
one.
too human. Sorry. Still can't find him. But I bet you can. You'll help me, I just know it. Just till you find Mum and Pop. So
Yeah, I totally blanked that one too. It's the crossbow that's coded as a greatsword. This is me staring blankly. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Inaccessible Gith version? Ah, today I learned. I don't need to be carrying Silver Sword. Okay, 4.7k XP till we get our sweet, sweet Divine Strike. We could do Moonrise Roof, I suppose. Remind me, crossbow expert notes a disadvantage in melee range thing. It has a limitation you warned me about. Yeah, as if you're threatened by more than one creature, it doesn't work. That part of it doesn't work. So it's fine in 1v1s. But as soon as there's multiple, you start having some problems. And Leaf Blower Hell today? Oof, I'm so sorry, RBF Queen. You know how I feel about that. Kind of sucks. Like, half the point of me wanted to take it just so I can jump into the fray with the crossbow, so it seems useful. Like, it's an unfortunate bug. I would definitely prefer if it didn't have that limitation. It's still a good feat. It's just, it kind of knocks it down into this territory where I only really consider it on fighters because of that. Because fighters have that additional feat. Rogues have the additional feat too, but rogues don't really have the action economy for me to be able to justify using crossbows over better bows. Yes, I know hand crossbows on Thief is popular. Not. It's not as solid as it's believed to be because hand crossbows have some comparative limitations. You don't get good ones unless you buy +1s in the early game. Firestoker's good, but awkward to set up, especially in that early game. Then you get to Act 2, and then you're replacing both of those crossbows anyway. You have the range limitation, and that range limitation is quite a big deal. Docks. We can do the docks. Use heavy crossbows only because of the animation speed? Yeah. In other builds, I'm a big fan of Giant Breaker and Herald, depending what I'm trying to do, but in this build specifically, I am doing it for the animation speed and nothing else.
Another step forward. Let's see what this does.
Enjoy the view. This feels like it stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day. First place I would guess.
The Bane thing for coatings makes this crossbow kind of nice too, though, like you said. Yeah, it's just I don't really have my coating supply built up right now.
All right, time to skulk about. Have to keep going.
Oh, this. Alright.
Inside.
Kermit can get it. If they copied 5e, longbow would be 45 meters. Could be very funny. Thing got buried, but I asked before about Poisoner's gloves. Tend to end up not using them even when I'm focusing on poisons. Like for this crossbow coatings, maybe they're worth the glove slot. Not really. Dwarf animation speed is somewhat the cause of it not triggering some reactions like deflect missiles. Hey Ziphius, that's... It makes sense that those are connected. It does make me want to dive into more animations. Because animation speed is like a pretty significant deterrent for certain classes and races. Like one of the many terrible, terrible things about Bladesinger, and there's a lot of terrible things about Bladesinger, the animations are so long. Half-Orcs and Dragonborn, like their only significant downside is their melee animations are horrifically long too. But if you're like a human with a spear or a dual-wielding Githyanki, your melee animations are incredibly fast. Elf monk animations are slower than
Tiny.
human monk animations. There's like a few things like that in the context of like casual gameplay. I forgot I'm Dirge. I should have actually done something else with that guy. Oh well. In the context of casual gameplay, none of this shit matters, but you know, for us turbo nerds. And I do wonder if there's more things like the deflect missiles issue with fast animations like that. That was anticlimactic. Hi Mandy. Just got home from getting the scans from a new grind splint since I cracked mine. So I'm confusing the threads of conversation here, because Shoop and Danny are talking about buttholes. So I was like, you cracked your ass? That's rough, buddy. Mine doesn't have a crack. Didn't mention a butthole once. Yeah, see, she just mentioned a butthole. One of the mods I spent the most time working on is animation focus, so I have a decent understanding. That's good to know. It's an interesting area. Do you happen to know why Bladesinger animations are contagious? Vaguely on that subject. For those who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, Bladesinger animations are a virus. If there is a Bladesinger in combat, as you do things, more and more people will just start using the Bladesinger animations. Don't know why. Hi, Smelva. I had fun hanging out in your stream yesterday. Hope you're well today. The wild bug, I assume. It's one of those things, again, like the so-called patch 8 stress test. Not a single person actually did QA testing for Bladesinger. I'm convinced. And we even got a nerfed version from early access. Like, it was worse in patch 8 release than it was back then, because they changed a couple of things there too. There's a condition that was intended to apply status to the character. The setup allows it to apply to other entities that apply a status to the Bladesinger. And because of how the game handles things like attack rolls, that's as infectious as the reverb boots are. Because I've had it happen from, like, a Githyanki will miss an attack roll on me, and then suddenly they're a Bladesinger. I tried Bladesinger in stress testing, don't like playing it. Back in the stress test, because the test was to see how stressed I could get, you could at least have a better selection of weapons by dual wielding and just keeping a Bladesong compatible weapon in your main hand. So you could actually still use a lot of decent weapons, you just had to take dual wielder. But that's not how it works in release patch 8. You just have to suffer through having shit gear selection if you want to blade sing.
Best be on my way.
Oh yeah, I don't have my crit immunity on right now. hate not having athletics proficiency. It's so shit. Like, what is this, man? Are you little? Because I'm disguised as a dwarf. Because dwarf, well, one, dwarf women in this game. Hello? Ma'am, do you have a permit for, like, any of this? But the other reason is, dwarf crossbow animation is very, very fast. I use my flight potions.
You will turn around in her name.
I will turn around in her name.
Think you can take me on?
70%? Watch this.
You were witnessed assaulting someone. You're headed for the cells.
That's a 1 with advantage. Okay, first try.
You're free to... You were witnessed assaulting someone. You're headed for the cells.
Alright. Alright. Sure. Spooked? I'm not in danger. Fireball doesn't do damage. Yes, I'm gonna still try. probably Misty Step. Morning, Urban Mech. Fireball actually did do damage to my underage drinking days. Yeah, that's real. This lady is Ketherix in movability. Yeah, she really doesn't want to go for a ride here. It's just funny at this point. I suppose there was a world where she ran around and then shoved me there. That would have been death by irony. How many of you failed now? Dice hate me today? Yeah, I rolled a 1 with advantage trying to convince her to be chill. I failed 6 times athletics? So, you see why I value athletics proficiency so highly.
Hey Quag.
Hey Kata, thank you for the 14 months. 14 months. That's a long time. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
No hesitation.
Fucking finally. Yeah, a little fun. Hey, thanks for the alert, Draco. I didn't see you come in. I think you said something, but I forgot to acknowledge it. Hi. Gotta be the hundreds. I know failed shoves. Yeah. Yeah. If no one's incapable of being moved, just show her the first 10 minutes of Up or that one episode of The Last of Us. Yeah. Yeah. The ugly crying episode. Finally, yeah, okay. I miss my athletics proficiency. That's genuinely one of the biggest reasons I play Tav over Dirge. I'm gonna rogue at 9. Ranger. I want to pick up heavy crossbow proficiency. I'm shooting while not proficient right now. Rogue would give me sneak attack as an option, though I wouldn't be able to use it really effectively with the Divine Strike stuff. Some of the time at least. And I would be able to pick up stealth expertise. And athletics. So, like, I'd get a lot of value. So, maybe it's 8-3-1. If I decide I want Rogue more than I want Contagion or Feat. Rock Swarm as well. Yeah, I was thinking of doing Hunter, because I really like the idea of doing Colossus Slayer here, but in reality I take Horde Breaker, so I actually have action economy. That's how I'm leaning anyway. 4d8, a lot of dice. Yeah.
With a flick of the wrist.
Want something more than feet based. They say what they're updating. Yeah, the hotfix is mostly just console stability stuff. I feel like that's 2 runs in a row where that scroll has been cloud kill. I gotta keep an eye on what can be there.
Let's have a
Did
look.
one of them equip that hammer I threw? Yes. That's another strat. If you want to get all the Necromites to waste 1 turn, put weapons that they can equip near their feet, and they'll use their action to equip weapons instead of attacking you. Could dual hand crossbow as well, get the dice on both. The awkward thing with that is the range reduction. I could make that work from high ground to get the extra range that way, but like shooting on flat terrain without being in someone's sight cone with hand crossbows is pretty hard. Unless I'm also introducing like darkness use or fog cloud use. But I could. Do I learn? Do I ever learn?
You will.
Take care of.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Murdered someone in
No, I
view
didn't.
of a guard.
That's
Perhaps
crazy.
unsurprisingly,
You sound crazy
you're
right now.
under arrest.
Okay. Fine.
You try your best, but your best.
Very well.
How do I have those boots on? It's just a prank, guys. Calm down. No one can take a joke anymore. Oh. Well, I got knocked prone. There goes my pass without trace. Yep. Fuck you. You know what? Hunter's Mark after doing damage. That's how you know I'm serious. No, okay, I failed concentration on that too. Cool. Possible to beat the game with only ever being able to roll the 1? Yes. Not only possible, but easy. Hunter's Mark before action is classic noob behavior. Oh, you got worms? Nah, you sound crazy right now. Game feels like it's telling me to go back to bed today. It does. Urban Mac, thank you for the 57 months. Hopefully text-to-speech does this justice. Have I used my channel divinity so far? Is it secretly good? No. And no. But I can use it for turn undead, which actually I should have done in a couple of those encounters.
I wouldn't have if not for the lantern bearer. To think the absolute grace is such a creature.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Bucknerd, Dromage, Mordenkainen, Bigby, Leomund, Nystel, Otto, and Rary, Tasha, Melf, Tensor, Otilu.
Cool. I liked that Otaluke. That was satisfying.
I don't need any attention right now. May the gods take you first.
DTS has gotten really good, yeah. Love they even have the lesser used abilities in this game. Like, they could add plant enemies everywhere. Maybe the subclass gets way more value. So, no, because I'm literally fighting plants right now, and it's a bad click. There are a fair amount of plant enemies. You have all of the Needle Blights, Vine Blights, and the Shambling Mound here in Act 2. You have the Myconids in Act 1. Ethel's Mushrooms in Act 3. Like, there's plenty of plants, it's just a conditional charm effect that costs an action, goes off spell save DC, and uses your channel divinity charge isn't good. That's all. Quag hates Cleric, confirmed. Yeah, I only play Paladin. As he said the code, he's been kidnapped. We must honor the code. I agree, if there are plants in 9 out of 10 encounters, get more value if there not being plants in almost every encounter? No, it wouldn't, because something that has no value multiplied by more situations where it has no value still has no fucking value. What is the argument? An ability that I just explicitly pointed out is never useful even against plants does not become useful by adding more plants. I'm fighting exclusively plants right now. What is your argument?
Can't slow down.
Can't say an ability has no value? I absolutely can. Because there are 0 situations where it's worth using. Once again, I'm going to keep repeating this since you seem to not want to hear me. Even when fighting exclusively plants, there are 0 cases where I'm using this. So, like, okay, beasts? Same issue? Beasts might be less common than plants.
Aren't we all?
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
Good man.
And also, fun overlap. Against a lot of beasts, you can just use your always prepared animal friendship, which is a less contested resource.
Need anything?
It's for you to decide then. I don't mind. So, what you meant to say is you like the idea of a charm and don't care if it's completely useless, and you're willing to pretend it has use cases that it doesn't, off of vibes, and get argumentative about it? Is what you mean to say? So maybe say what you mean. Instead of being disingenuous.
I'll be here.
If it was on bonus action, then I'm just clicking that instead of anything useful in my bonus action.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Shocker. I like it doesn't mean it's good, and nor should you like things just because they're good, and you especially shouldn't go around claiming things are good that you know aren't, just because you are fragile enough to need the thing you like to be good. It's a pet peeve. It's really fucking cringy. Don't do that shit. I'm gonna buy this cloak because maybe I could slap on Eversight Ring and just make a fog cloud to snipe at people from while out of combat. Me and most of the anime I like. It's okay to like things. Isn't claiming things that are good that aren't actually good what Reddit's for? Yeah. Probably. And to cap off this conversation, Naycher Cleric is still one of the most powerful cleric subclasses. It's okay for even powerful classes to have features that fall behind other things they can do. And it's not like it's the only thing you can do with your Channel Divinity charge. Turn Undead is good. Especially post level 5 Cleric, where it's Destroy Undead. Base my personality entirely around Divine Smite. Please don't criticize it or I'll cry and shit my pants. You promise? Do I have a Necrotic Res Elixir? I do. Rare footage of me using a Necrotic Res Elixir. I don't do that often. But my weapon slots are tied up for other things. Undermine undead emotionally. Destroy undead with facts and logic. I miss Jesse. The monarch of pants shitting. The Themperor of pants shitting. Truly the GOAT.
Something over there.
First time I heard the term Themperor fell to my knees at a GameStop. I don't like you're building some weird picture of what I was trying to say, putting words in my mouth, going on to make assumptions that leaves my original statement of points are that not all abilities are useless, and your point is factually unsound because some abilities are useless. The ability to get more value if there are more targets for that value. Once again, multiplying by 0 doesn't increase the number, Carrion. For the 4th consecutive time, you are ignoring that simple premise because you can't stand being wrong. Like, do you understand that an ability that only works on plants and beasts, if it is not valuable against plants and beasts, adding more plants and beasts doesn't make it more valuable? I don't care that much about it. Says the person who just put a paragraph in the chat after quintupling down. You're really not beating the can't be wrong allegations here, buddy. Do you want me to give you permission to you can just have the last word?
Don't want to draw any attention. My way. Another day, another fight. Swift as my feet can carry me.
That rogue copy boss is fantastic.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! chase you to the ends of the earth!
So remember when I said, hey, you could have the last word? Pointed out that you quintupled down, wrote a paragraph, and your response was to write a paragraph and then send another message after your second paragraph? But surely you don't care that much about it, right? People who don't care, surely, continue beating dead horses. Surely.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker!
I will let you keep digging this hole. It's on you to stop.
Can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Hey, Patata. Hey, Thumb. Never said I didn't care? Here's me pinning your message that says, I don't care that much about it, honestly, bro. It's pinned. I pinned it. That's your message. What are we doing, man? I don't... That much doesn't mean that I don't care, though. But you just said you never said... Can't be wrong. No, I didn't say the thing that I just said. No, I don't care that much about it. Continues talking about it. We've hit the trifecta. You can continue looking a fool, or you can just take a breather. It's okay to be wrong. I'm giving you this opportunity. You're eternally twisting my words? Chat, am I twisting words? It's okay to be honest here. I don't have an echo chamber. You can tell me that I'm out of line. You can all see these messages too. My concentration? Really? 1 damage? Dude, I was trying to do something to distract us from that awkward situation. That's green flag behavior, Roscoe. It was well timed. Hellfire says, I think I see what Karen's trying to say. He cares about the general argument, not about the specific ability of charming plants beasts. It's a charitable interpretation. Not doing a great job of saying that. Yeah. Can definitely agree, not doing a great job of getting any point across. Pointless hill to die on? Welcome to the internet. People love doing that. But back to the meat and potatoes of the assertion. The assertion is that no ability is useless. I wish that were true. It isn't. And this is part of why, when challenge running this game, you can craft restrictions that make things that are normally useless more useful by restricting out the things that are strictly better than them.
Bet I can crack that open.
This can't kill me, right? But here in reality, some things are useless. Some abilities are not worth clicking even if we like them. Correct.
Some
so wanted to take the bait on that and be self-deprecating, but I won't, and I'm very proud of you. Living proof something. Oh, someone still took it. Hey, Delanoy. Sam had to yell down boys at my fingers real quick. Me when I'm talking to Ethel. That can go. My point was proven. How far off are we? 804? Still gotta fix Karlach. I'll do that at some point.
Brothers, enough. Sister, just leave the bloody. Pray with me while.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Oh, no, bring the egg back. We need the egg. Don't leave with the egg. The egg's important. That's a facility egg. This is like the less cool version of stealing, like, cups from restaurants.
Welcome back, true soul.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the egg. Here, Quag, I've been sitting on it for 15 hours now. Oh, it's an egg. It's an egg. Okay, thank you. Thank you. See, I read the rest of the message first, and then I saw the emote, and I was like, alright, that's a coin flip at this chat. But thank you for the egg. I will cherish it. Control. I couldn't be sure that that wouldn't pop up as an emote. Again, like, you know, given the audience, there's a world where that's an emote.
Where do you hail from?
I was a carrier in the
Oh,
Southern
it's
Valley.
Photoshop, see?
And the dream.
Ever at your service.
Ring of Spiteful Thunder we want. There's maybe a world where I use Marksmanship Hat, as strange a sentence as that is. Feels weird to say. Like, I've used it before, but it's one of those things that you generally don't have much of a reason to use.
An honor.
Got the egg song from Land Before Time 2 stuck in my head now.
Be nice to know
Of many thoughts, one mind.
I'm trying to think of the last time I saw a Land Before Time movie. It had to have been more than 20 years ago. I remember almost nothing. And I also remember almost nothing about that movie. Gotta run. Good luck not finding ways to charm plans. Thanks, Urban Mech. Thanks again for the resub and the text-to-speech. It is a highlight. I'm nature domain. Trade would probably actually find me and give me a stern talking to if I didn't pick up the Ironwood Club. So I won't chasm the mound. A cloud kill it? I can cloud kill it.
Feel that one later.
All I remember is a mother dying and escaping the T-Rex. I just remember, like, Littlefoot. That's a character, right? The excuse me, the long neck. Yes, that's all I remember. 24, thank you. Bleth, thank you. Do you have a proposition? Hit me. Morning, Meg. How are you? Good to see you.
This calls for careful.
Yeah, I maybe don't want good stealth right now. I think you're right, Atrix. Less than 2 days of work till Thanksgiving break. I'm fucking awesome. Love that. Pick up Shadow Monk for Pass Without Trace and Dexterous attacks. Ooh, Shadow Monk is an option. Then I could do throwing. Dex throwing. That is an option. Dex draining with potatoes, yeah. Going on a cruise all next week. My first thought was toxic, so I'll say the second one first, and then the first one. The second one, I hope you have a good time. The first one was enjoy your cold.
May the gods take you first.
Everyone I have ever known who's gone on a cruise got sick afterwards. Or during. So, people are nasty. I hope you get non-nasty cruise mates. Floating petri dishes. Hey, we're Blackburn. Would still be fun? Yeah. Still scared of cruises, not because of the ocean, because thought of being stuck on the ship with the same people all week. Really hope you have fun. Yeah, I think I have, my anxiety disorder is a little too severe for a cruise, personally. But that doesn't mean that you can't have fun with it. And I hope you do. That's how my house finally got COVID, and I'm a school nurse. Parents brought it back from a cruise. So I am the only one here who has not gotten COVID. About 2 months ago now, I was the only one in the house without it. But I've managed to dodge it still. Now maybe I've had it Hey, Maki. Maybe I've had it and, like, not realized, because obviously it manifests different for different people. But, like, I've never tested positive for COVID. There's our level. Yeah, I think you sold me on Shadow Monk trade. We might, instead of doing Ranger, though I still want to pick up heavy crossbow proficiency, I think. Now we get the sauce. I could weapon master, actually. That solves that problem. Huh. I don't take this feat often, but it is actually good. +1 to strength or dex, and you pick up 4 weapon proficiencies. I did use this on my, I've used this on 2 runs. I've used it on my pure class wild magic sorcerer, where I was doing melee stuff, so I did this to grab Great Club proficiency and use the Rat Bat, and also get stats. And I've used this feat on my no-hit Shadow Monk, where I wanted Morning Star proficiency, so I could use Blood Money to one-shot Merkle. Could totally be asymptomatic. Thought it was in the clear till last day of isolation. Bam, positive test. Oof. A late build finally comes online. Yeah, we've been doing the gameplay loop, but without the power. But now with Divine Strike, Elemental Fury, we have the power. Shots? It's an interesting build. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what we get from this level. Question is, do I, like, respec around Weapon Master? Because I hadn't really planned for my second feat at all. I hadn't even been thinking about it. In Act 3, it probably is dual wielder, but might not be. Like, maybe we do Rhapsody Cold Snap or something. Or Rhapsody Sludboard. Heavy crossbow, hand crossbow. Guess trident if I want to disarm people. Rapier is interesting here. The rapier from the Zent vendor, Brem, is pretty fun on Naycher Cleric. But, like, that's the only weapon I'd be using there. Great Sword makes more sense. So I can do Silver Sword mode. Use Soulbreaker. I'm going Strength here. This will leave me on odd-numbered Strength, but this is still a carry weight increase. Odd-numbered Dex wouldn't do anything for me with my current class choices, but odd-numbered Strength does. Joining the Leaf Blower Hater Club? Amazing. Alright. Nature Domain 8. Alert. Weapon Master. Value Strength that much? Putting it into Dex doesn't do anything for me right now. Kelpfire. Like, literally nothing. Does this do anything for you? A little bit. Zoom and enhance. Like, going to 19 Dex has no effect. But odd-numbered Strength has almost no effect. The almost is because you still get carry weight for your odd numbers. Now, the correct option would be to respec, drop a little bit of strength, and I can pick up some Riz. But I don't feel like respecking right now. Though, if I'm long resting, then I may as well respec. Can upgrade to 4th level Aid now. Aid on pure class clerics is a reason why I don't necessarily need that much constitution. But like my concentration saves have been singularly shit as of late. So I don't really want to dump it. So deciding between Shadow Monk and Ranger for the remaining levels. Like, Ranger gets me either Hunter or Swarm for a lot more damage. Hunter could also be Action Economy instead. I guess Gloom even has a shout because bonus action hide. And initiative. But worse for the concept in combat. But Shadow Monk, as Trade mentioned, gets Pass Without Trace, gets bonus action hide and minor illusion. That's all really appealing. This is stuff that I don't have to decide, and now with me taking Weapon Master, I'm proficient with this bow. So I don't need to wait until level 9 to kind of hit my power spike. Let's go get Balthazar's Moon Lantern. Many ways to get concentration save advantage, that's true. I'm being lazy and not doing any of them right now, but I should really save up for Shadeclinger armor. It's an odd strength, also pick up weight, throwing weight, etc. Maybe? I don't remember any thresholds where an odd number clears, but there might actually be. Because I know 20 is for 75 kilos. And it's explicitly not 19, but I don't know too specifically beyond that point.
Don't give me trouble now.
This the prey, the chap.
Like the other. Another story about the Githyanki print.
I have no inspos right now. Go recruit Gale. Does Odd Dex do anything? If you are trying to ensure that you have the Dexterous attacks override from Monk, then Odd Dex can sometimes help a little. But not really, because greater than or equal to. So having it the same as your strength is fine. So like, yes, but actually no.
Keep back.
Once
More writings on. This is more than a fable. It's an as a child. Anything. consider it if I am in need of relief.
Let's get the Shadow Blade. Dexterous only takes priority with higher strength, but I got that backwards. So Dexterous takes priority if your dexterity is greater than or equal to your strength. And that will kick in even if you're scaling your weapon off of a stat that is neither dexterity nor strength, as long as the weapon is classified as a monk weapon. So this is most useful if you are playing a Hexblade and you would like your hexed weapon to scale off of something other than charisma. You can take a monk level, and then as long as you keep your dex greater than or equal to your strength, and that weapon does not have the two-handed property, it'll use your dex. Those are definitely some numbers, Sora. Hi.
Here we go.
It's theoretical max for dex. 23? Go 20. Dimblefinger gloves to 22. I guess mirror, you can go 24. Yeah, you can go 24. Though, actually, with how anything that boosts you from 18 to 20 works, it, like, reverse backfills, so your ASIs would turn off. So it might still be 23. $24 if you have Halcyon and Daniel, I guess. Yeah, ASI is limited to 20. Depending on how you are doing your strength or dex bonuses, you can use ASIs to hit 24 in a stat, but it's wonky. You could do it with charisma too, I suppose. The other stats don't have enough stuff to do it.
Need anything?
Suppose ASI always stops at 20. Like, you can get to 24 strength by having base 17, hag hair to 18, ASI to 20, then everlasting vigor to 22, and mirror to 24. That's why 24 is the hard limit. So stats that you can get to 18, and then you have some +2 boost that is not the mirror, you can get to 24. But Wisdom does not have that, Intelligence does not have that, Constitution does not have that because the con boost items cap out at 20. Only Strength, Dex, Charisma have enough gear for that. The stuff like Ham and Mirror count towards that 20 limit for ASI. So Mirror, no. Ham, yes. Beats that say that they have a limit of 20, at least some of them. I know ASI works like this. They start turning off once you get high enough stat-wise. It's possible Resilient doesn't work like that, because there is a divide in how those feats are handled. And you can see another application of that is Wild Shape builds, where they have, like, specific stat cutoffs. Like, Heavily Armored and Heavy Armor Master, they say they stop at 20, but they apply in your Wild Shape even if that stat is above 20. Basically, any of the feats that don't have that plus or minus widget, where you're not selecting what you're getting, where it's just giving you the +1, those are the ones that bypass those stat limits in Wild Shape and Slayer form. But I don't know how that behavior really interacts with trying to go to 24 in non-Wild Shape all that well, because that would require taking ASI, and that's something I don't do often. I wanted to come here to check inventories. And then we go finish up Arabelle's quest, then we long rest.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
I need flight potions, because using flight scrolls will be a little harder for me in this run, since I'm going to be spending a lot of time concentrating on Pass Without Trace.
Take care.
So Ham would, Athlete wouldn't for Wild Shape builds? Yes. Landlord increased our rent, but only mentioned the projected increase started next year, despite by law they're only allowed to increase rent by 20%.
That's why we're still standing around.
Now, I'm unsure how that works over there, but here, that usually just means that they're counting on you, not having the money to legally challenge that. $24, thank you.
Just out of view. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Softer than a whisper.
Yeah. So I set these to not ask all of them.
To be cautious.
See that?
I don't need any attention. Let's see what. How much further
That's the
can I go?
sauce. That's what we can do now. Later, Smoke.
Jahira wants to know about supplies. Will we make it home?
How many Divine Strike do you want in a single hit? Yes. Where's the cheese? It's under the sauce. It's a way of looking at it. Divine Strike is DRS only from the bar, right? Only from the bar, and if you are not Death or War Domain.
You recognize the corpse.
I will sell you what I can. Not dead. Merely medicated. To ease the pain. Not much left now. But you're welcome to look.
Keep forgetting I can sell my animal speaking potions.
Now.
It's not that I can't fight or can't pay. The way they choose to do and communicate things simply scummy. Yeah, definitely.
Anything of use?
Next, Connor was able to approach Cadenos and concentrated blast for finish. Boss probably thinks it's Connor who killed his ride. Oh, you did it while Boss was still, conscious? Or what? I've wondered about doing it in the other order. Doesn't seem feasible to keep rolling stealth successful against Boss like that, but I've thought about it. Or was Boss unconscious?
In a sense.
I want to have a word.
Boss knocked out. Ah, okay. Stealth. Mm-hmm.
You find Mum and Pops? I don't believe you.
Yeah, we'll fix you at some point, Karlak. Okay. I'm Dirge. I could give up the Strange Ox XP to just make Last Light Allied for free. But I'm in no rush to buff them up.
I'll just make myself
I
comfortable.
do want a Magic Missile Scroll, especially if I'm going into the Mountain Pass. I probably should have a Cloud Kill. But it's, out of budget. Hey, Superman. We could prep Guardian of Faith. I don't have Long Strider to slap on it. Thinking. Maybe I end up with a Bard level? Pick up Long Strider that way? No, this is a run where I can have Boots of Persistence, as long as I'm careful. But then again, Reverb Boots probably make the most sense for the setup. And getting Long Strider that way wouldn't give it too Guardian of Faith. I'll have to think about that. Do we end up taking Ritual Caster too? Even though just, I think this was yesterday, I was like, hey, no, that's not a good feat. Ritual Caster, Weapon Master. Not trolling. Alright, let's go back to Act 1. We can knock out Glom for some money, which is desperately needed. See you, you fucker. Get over here. Alright, next time that thing comes through, I'm clapping it. Take wisdom ASI to get 20 wisdom. Considering the nature of the build, there's a bad argument, but an argument nonetheless for taking wisdom and doing arcane synergy. Once I get the circlet, but as I said, bad argument. But an argument.
Can't risk being in open view. Don't mind if I do. One day I'll catch a break.
Is there an AoE that increases movement speed? Yeah, Aspect of the Elk is a big one. I believe people have used that in combination with other things to get infinite. And Inciting Howl. Don't mind all your stuff being coated in dish soap. You can fill a spray bottle with a mixture of water, dish soap to spray flies with. So, I have, like, in 2 spots in the room, I have dish soap and vinegar traps. And they work. But, like, there's just one somewhere that's smarter than the rest. Pickle traps are the best bet since they're passive. Oh, I should try that.
What's up for discussion?
We'll be clearing. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Guess another thing I miss out on if I don't do Ranger is Ensnaring Strike, and I like the idea of doing like Spell My Gloves and Snaring Strike. But that does mean I can't pass without Trace, so. Oh no, that's the word for what I'm doing. Oh, I thought you meant like a literal pickle. I'm out of my depth on this subject. Brain powers outstrip my life expectancy. Got Spore for dice and local pass without trace. That's an option. That would preserve my spellcasting progression too.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Slightly resistant to that because I just did a Spores run, but like, oh no, Spores Druid is so adaptable it finds a place on most wonky builds. Oh no. I have to play the really good adaptable Druid subclass. Oh no.
Pull yourself together. What path lies before me?
Do the vendors drop the bag full of stuff when you kill them? No. Patch 8 changed that. Before patch 8, so basically towards the start of the game, the vendors would drop everything. Then they changed it, so if you put the vendor's items in a bag and then take them out of the bag, they drop all the stuff that was in a bag, like in that trading session. Then they changed it so that doesn't work either, but they'll drop everything that's in a bag. Then, in patch 8, they changed it so now, like, the game actually checks in the bag, so they will only drop their 3 most valuable, plus any items that they are assigned to always drop. So it's gone through a lot of iterations.
Welcome back.
Have you made any new discoveries?
Grant, you got a topic in mind? Steal from Bolo. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get money and resources in this game. Crime is a good one. Dealer's Choice, maybe underrated, undervalued druid subclasses. You're just talking about it. Okay. Underrated, undervalued druid subclasses. So I think, like, Spores is generally known to be very good, and I want to say Stars is known to be very good. Let's talk about Land some more. Like, Land is, in my opinion at least, the least desirable of the four, but that doesn't mean it's bad, because all the druid subclasses are good. But Land has some interesting sauce. Like, much like high-level monks, at high levels you get poison immunity, which is very good for doing strats like sitting in your own Cloud Kill. Land can learn Cloud Kill, so you have that natural combo online. But you also get natural recovery charges, which are much like Wizard Arcane recovery charges. They're mechanically exactly the same. You get a lot of always prepared spells of your choice. But thanks for streaking, Dade. You get a lot of always prepared spells of your choice, meaning you can afford to do the usual and dump that wisdom, and you're not even in a situation where you want more for prepared spell slots, because you're just like, hey, I got everything I need. You can pick up several spells that druids can't normally get. A lightning bolt comes to mind, haste comes to mind. So I really like Land Druid in restriction heavy runs, where maybe you can't use scrolls, maybe you can't use gold, maybe you can't pick up items. It makes a lot of sense in contexts like that. Also, at, I want to say it's level 7, you get immunity to spike growth. So you could just be in a situation where you have your Dryad summon put down spike growth, and you stand in it, and then you put a Cloud Kill on top of that, and you have her hide somewhere, and then the enemies, if they want to get to you, they have to go into the spike growth Cloud Kill, none of which can hurt you. But the asterisk next to that is that in non-restricted runs, and this is why Land is the least desirable of the four, the other subclasses can do that too. You can use Scrolls of Cloud Kill. The Dryad Summit is available to all druids. Like, with the presence of consumables, Land loses a lot of its sauce. And it ends up really not doing anything unique. Like, even the spike growth immunity thing, you can get enough damage reduction with gearing that your spike growth can't hurt you either. What else am I supposed to be doing right now? Must not be important. We have Dolly. Get 8 going. Forgot to respec to adjust that strength, but that's fine. It's not urgent. Well, I could do another rest right now, actually. Kind of like that idea. Level 10 feature for land is nice, but it is a bit redundant since Hero's Feast is one level later. Yeah. 24 runs PG3 would you say you've played? I stopped counting in the 80s, and that was several months ago. So, a lot.
The girl must learn the ways. Fear not.
If they're
Thou hast now a book.
80s were 40 years ago. No, they weren't. Shut up.
Or mayhaps as
I was like hearing your takes on why the least desirable classes subclasses are actually super powerful. Thank you. Of course. Like, looking at classes here, Barbarian's worst subclass I dog on a lot, but ultimately it's comfortably worse than the others in almost every situation, but still has value. Bard has 4 good subclasses. Glamour is the least valuable, but it's still good. Cleric has only 1 bad subclass, and ultimately, even that bad subclass has a Divine Strike and Heavy Armor proficiency. Druid has no bad subclasses. Fighter has no bad subclasses, even though, again, Battlemaster's the least good. Monk, you could argue that Drunk Monk is a bad subclass, but, like, it's still a monk, so... And it doesn't make you weaker than a baseline monk, it still has some utility. We don't have to talk about Paladin. Ranger has no bad subclasses. Rogue has no bad subclasses. Sorcerer... Draconic Bloodline isn't good, but, like, it does have applications. Wild Magic is good for the comedy value, or if you are foregoing spellcasting and just using Bend Luck and such. Archfey is a bad subclass for Warlock, but again, you're still a baseline Warlock, so, like, whatever. And Bladesinger is dog shit for Wizard. So, like, I think it's pretty reasonable to say that there's varying degrees of mid amongst subclasses. But, like, I would only say Wizard and Paladin. I'd say they're the only ones who have, like, truly bad subclasses. Which cleric subclass is the bad one? Life Domain. Control deleted that. That was now a bosom. Even I turned 12? Oh, that sounds awful. Any recent new discoveries we've made about BG3? I mean, constantly. Still learning something more or less every stream. So if I go 15 strength here, planning to use Weapon Master to increase that, then I could move this +1 somewhere else. And I could have 16 con. That's kind of interesting. Or I could plan for Arcane Synergy and go to 16 Wisdom. 16 Wisdom would affect the DC of my Snowburst Ring surfaces. Could be something. I don't hate that idea. Alert, not having athletics hurts? Yeah. Yeah. What else could I do? Like, we have Hag Hair on Dex. And I plan on taking Weapon Master for my second feat, so that's +1 to Strength or Dex. Like, I could move that. that. Still have 18 strength. Still have 18 dex. Something like this. 14 wisdom. It's just like wisdom is so limited in the applications that I care about here. It's just for Snowburst DC, really. Like that's it. And Arcane Synergy if I decide to go that route, which I'm almost certainly not doing. So I'm really hesitant to go for wisdom here. I guess it makes my turn undead viable. If I want to click that for AoE. What if I just do that? Weapon Master here? No, that won't work. It would have to be... that. Weapon Master there. Like Snowburst Ring on EK? Yeah, go Charisma myself. Charisma is a more useful stat, objectively. Arcane Synergy is only 3 damage. Here. Planning out my gear. If I'm standing there wearing Helldusk, I don't have crit immunity, but I can swap in Adamantine Splint again. Get that crit immunity. That frees up helmet slot for Arcane Synergy, weapons, Assassin Short Sword, Undermountain King. Yeah, that's not horrible. We'll try it. I know I spent a lot of time in respec screens, but I enjoy the problem solving with adapting the build to what's available level to level. It's very video gamey, and I know some people don't like respecking because of how video gamey that is, and plus, having to stick to a build across an entire challenge run is a different kind of challenge. I'm a tinkerer at heart, though. So, I tend to do this. Arcane Synergy Copium Spread? Yes, sir. Take Heavy Crossbow, a Hand Crossbow, Great Sword. Am I gonna use a Trident? No, right? Someone tell me I'm not gonna use a Trident. I might use a Halberd, though. No, I'm gonna use a Great Axe. I am gonna use Hellfire Great Axe in Act 3. Name the trident you might use? Just a regular trident. Every trident, except for Nyrulna, has once per short rest Disarming Strike. So you know how people like Battle Masters because they can disarm? Well, anyone with Trident proficiency can also do that. Now, I don't know who I would disarm. I just like having the option. Does Fighter get proficiency with all weapons as baseline? Yeah. Fighters, Barbarians, Paladins, Rangers, Hexblade Warlocks, Death, War, and Tempest Domain Clerics. All get proficiency with every weapon. With Rogue, you did one fighter for +2 archery and medium armor, something else for heavy armor. Well, if you start fighter, Warlock, and then dip into Rogue, you get heavy armor proficiency that way. So, I like that. But Cleric, as Adric said, like, Cleric is really good because you can either start as Cleric and then go into Rogue, or start as Rogue, dip into Cleric, and you still get the extra skill proficiency. You get the martial weapon proficiency if you go Tempest or War. You get heavy armor proficiency. You get the cantrips as well. One of the big things is you can pick up Blade Ward that way. And Blade Ward combos very well with Rogue's natural tankiness, and especially if you're also doing heavy armor. If you're going Arcane Trickster, picking up Blade Ward's less of a big deal, but going Cleric still makes sense if you want to improve your spell slot progression. And yeah, I usually go Tempest as well. I mentioned War as an option because it is an option. But Tempest is just kind of like better. Yeah, it's Great Axe. If I really want to use a halberd, then I can respec and do skin burster stuff later. Otherwise, I can swing Harmonium Halberd around with no proficiency and it's fine. I can also use Gandrel's bow. I need to grab that from, I think it's in Shart's inventory right now. Helldusk Armor services are no longer required. At least not for now. This is a Zathis run. Undies check? Oh, that's horrible. We're doing it. Maybe I should have picked up Shillelagh for that. Can always respec. That might be useful. Don't think I'll be using those, nor that. How's this look? Okay, that's better. Now I like it. Excuse me. Stop it. Sneezing? Oh yeah, my bad. Heavy armored rogue with blade ward. Say no to damage. Yep. Enemies are legally not allowed to damage you if you are a rogue in heavy armor with blade ward. I want to recruit Gale, but I don't want to do that with no inspos. But I want to recruit Gale to get inspos. Presents a conundrum. There's an inspo. I'm gonna keep spoiled food in my inventory. Destroying it to build arcane acuity. I don't need to carry as much of it as I am right now. But it's a destructible item that usually doesn't have a purpose. Also, if you are playing Aspect of the Honey Badger Barbarian, at level 6 you get a feature when you select your animal aspect. And one of them you can take is Honey Badger, and that makes it so if you start your turn while charmed, frightened, or poisoned, you have a 50% chance to begin raging for free. No rage charge cost, no action cost. You can even do this outside of combat as long as you're in turn-based mode. And Rotten Food allows you to poison yourself, guaranteed with no saving throw at no action cost. So I'm not doing Honey Badger this run, but it's pretty good for that. I gotta fix my hotbar. Ugh, I actually have wisdom. This feels very weird. I already don't like this. But I'm committing. Committing for now, at least. Kind of. In a manner of speaking.
Approach the sigil on the stone.
A hand? Anyone?
Hate to leave my dog and y'all at home, but alas must go earn a paycheck. Good luck, have fun. Thanks, dude.
That's it. Oh.
Hey, Cam.
Hello.
You had wisdom that one time? I did, Leaky, that's true.
Apologies.
My wisdom's nice for Ironvine, that's true. I didn't take shit lately, though.
A bitch. Say, but I know you, don't I? And I can only assume you don't happen to be a cleric by any. I suppose we're most certainly going to need a. Are you certain?
All right, time to skulk about.
So those are all set to not ask.
I trust I've made myself clear. No. Words will now appear. So it is. I'll lie. In that case, this will be that.
8 con moment. No, no, it's just a natural 1. Sorry. My RNG moment.
The pouch is sealed with differently as the This is the flute.
Furthest way to resurrect Ethel to get XP and the hair.
A faint magical aura envelops its wooden
yeah. I did it this run. So what you do is you kill Ethel in the fight without triggering the dialogue. So you need to get her to, at the absolute minimum, 29 HP. And then kill her without her being able to take another turn. Or without her being able to speak. You just need the dialogue to not trigger. Then you free Marina. Then you kill Marina. That's 150 XP from Ethel. That's 20 from Marina. From saving Marina. Then that's 1 from killing Marina. Then you go revive Connor with Bitter Divorce, right where he is. Kill him, pick up his body, go in, revive Ethel with Connor. And then this time you get her down to 28 HP. Anywhere between 1 and 28. You let her get a turn so that she can talk, and you're good. You can also skip having to actually fight her the second time if you have the Cloud of Daggers spell, because then what you just do is you revive Connor. You revive Ethel with Connor, but you have Connor, his spawn point, inside of the Cloud of Daggers, so that you don't get the cutscene or the fight, and you can just immediately shove Ethel, aggroing her, and then she's already under the HP threshold at that point. So. Got you here as a companion, listed like when you're Moonrise, going up to the roof. She stayed that way through the Mind Flayer colony in attack 3, still couldn't take 3 other companions. It was weird. I think I've heard of that, Chaser. You can't like actually dismiss her up if you take her up to the roof until you're done with the Act 2 finale. Couldn't dismiss her through dialogue, yeah. I've heard of that before. Don't know why, but I hate Gale. He talks a lot. He's very sure of himself, at least early on. Like, a lot of the companions have this abrasive trait that's sort of magnified for them early on. And then it tapers off over time. Like, for example, Shadowheart gaslighting everyone for no reason. Lae'zel just being an asshole. Astarion just being an asshole. Gale being a douche. But they all get better.
The flute awaits with bated breath.
What's up, Halson? Well, Halson doesn't have a personality at all, so of course there's no growth.
What's on your mind? You see, I have this condition. Very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly.
You also feel disgusted by how life, miserable as it is, insists of persisting in this most wretched world?
No, nothing like that. What it comes down to is this. And by that I mean, as luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need.
Minthara doesn't exactly get better, does she? No, but like, Minthara has people skills, ironically. How come I dumped Constitution stat? Because the points had to go somewhere. I'm messing around with wisdom for a specific item that I've yet to grab, but also for interaction with Snowburst Ring. And as a cleric, I have the aid spell, so if I want HP, I can just give myself HP. I have 4th level spellcasting, so I can upcast aid to give me 15 HP every day currently.
Sincerely, though. How can I help?
Lovely day, this. But now,
Is that blood? No, never mind.
How can I help? I'll be...
Breathe deep and move.
I can do a long rest here.
Don't say a word.
Oh, okay. Guess we're doing this.
A parasite grips my mind. The shadows curse me. But I am.
We didn't even have the second night together yet.
You. My thoughts are hallowed ground. Yet you've crawled your way in.
Naycher is that good in the sack that Lae'zel got one taste and she's like, alright, wife her. And she's real for that.
I see your face just before I sleep and after I wake. I ask myself, are you worthy?
Wearing the gnome panties again. I think these are the halfling panties. Yeah, these are the halfling panties.
A fine sentiment, but I require more.
I require gold.
I test you,
You and me, baby, we ain't nothing but mammals.
Bleed with me. Bruise me so that you might possess me. Do it then. Make me yours.
I require less old. I guess I should have HP.
Don't want to draw any attention.
What if I did this?
Just want a little.
Incredible.
Hey, Thropsy. Excellent form. Well done, Lae'zel.
Save your compliments. I won't accept them. I want something more. You are mine. Say the words.
Just the situation is so funny to me. It's like she wakes Naycher up and she's like, you know, in her way, sort of love confession. He's like, all right, fight me. And then as she's waiting for like the duel to begin, just a crossbow bolt comes out of nowhere, hits her in the kidney, and she's like, that was hot.
Show me. Jacques Vonashdu, source of my bruises.
No, source of your massive internal hemorrhaging. Ayo. But like, Lae'zel, there's a crossbow bolt in you right now.
With haste.
Where are you going?
Pants through a ball held firmly in his mouth.
Sleeping with her sacrifice of HP? Nah, this ain't Elden Ring. Seen quite a few people arguing her romance would be nearly as popular if she were a dude. I don't think that that's true at all. Given, like, and I'm not saying these things are comparable, but like, if having abrasive and sometimes violent tendencies was a turnoff for a dude character, then why are there Ascended Astarian girlies? I'm his dark consort. We're equals. It's just my dark romance. Ugh. Losier would have his day. Surely there's a Losier mod.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
I greet you, son child.
She accused me of cheating when I popped small HP potion, meanwhile she's using up half the consumables I had her carrying. Wait, she does that if you use consumables? Like, I've never had her get a turn there, or at least I haven't since launch year of the game. So maybe I have, I just don't remember it. That's interesting. Still gotta mess around with Boots of Apparent Death. Feign Death is tech that I want to work into runs. I've been saying that for like 4 playthroughs now, but one of these days. I'm home now to start rainbow shooting already. A little bit, man.
How you doing, pal?
We're trying out a high wisdom spec, planning for arcane synergy. Buffing up to go to the mountain pass.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
Miss is crazy, by the way.
You're free to...
That's a friendly looking shadow. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Have I been this way before?
I should get a mask.
Guess I have too many bows on me. I don't need hunting shortbow anymore. Hunter's Mark's nice, but I can get that from Grimskull if I really wanted.
be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Dareth got the goods, as per usual. I wonder if I could, like, stick Poisoner's Ring to Thisbald without starting combat, and then just, like, get him with out-of-combat Purple Worm from Nermisser, from, like, a Darkness Cloud or something. That sounds fun.
Better wait.
There's aid, so I have my HP. There's freedom of movement.
I should speak up. Have a lot on my mind. And well, it.
Right, now we Drake Throat. Hold. It's an offhand, makes more sense if I want to stab someone. So, 16 Wisdom, Helmet of Arcane Acuity, Snowburst Ring, cold damage on Herald means, and plus we're applying Bane too when they fail saving throws, means people are going to be slipping. Should be somewhat consistently. Alright, now we're going to do our first entry into the Mountain Pass. And I'm glad that my first entry is going to be, you know, being watched by people I care about. That's you guys. What elixir do I want to run? I could go all in on that Battle Mage. I think Colossus makes the most sense. Be very big lady. Very big lady. Large lady. Man, 205 kilo lady. I don't want to just leave stains on the mattress. I want to be the stain on the mattress. Can I get an A women? Speaking of Kilo, thanks to the street, Kilo.
Dream in red.
Anything you want to say?
Neural. Alright, this is, we call this dolly morphing. Ah, I am gargantuan lady. Gargantuan. actually. I want to fight the Death Shepherds. I forgot. I'm not gonna go for Pass Without Trace right now.
It's a friendly looking shadow. Breathe deep and move. What do we have here?
Sight Cone. That's okay. Well, that's less okay. Hey, Ogre. What I think Ogre Trials. Name color. That's can. Ogre Trials is blue nowadays, though. My brain doesn't work today. But yeah, Arrow of Many Targets is great. Gargantuan XP saves. Hey, say. Nice to meet you. Really? Oil of combustion off of my spiritual weapon. I'll leave the lethargic turn. Those are the noises I be making in my girl's ear. Just the... I'm very proud of you. So, your spellcasting ability modifier gets added to the accuracy and damage of spiritual weapon. Rare wisdom W, but like again, that doesn't necessarily have to be wisdom, it just is in this case. Incoherent grunting and squelching guttural noises. Again? I forgot to equip my slashing wrist. Silly me. Believe it or not, my nickname in college. those to not ask. Let's clear 40 HP. Oh, you can run. Fire res right now.
Light on my feet.
Love the oil. Set these to ask again. Juicy. Let's get on Bloodlust. I want the action economy. We'll get more raspberries in this map. I'm comfortable spending these. And I didn't pick up all the ones in Act 1 either. I'm gonna stand here so they step onto this mine, or are capable of stepping onto this mine. Like that. Still have one turn of the bussy oil, right? Then the bussy. Kill you with backlash if need be. Gotta re-keep mine to this. Pitched. Juicy.
The dance of death!
No. A low con moment. Did I not cast Protection from Poison for advantage there? No, I didn't. Should have done Divine Strike cold. That's fun.
That's curious.
You hear, all milkers? Yeah, he is. Gale gets to live this run.
Thanks for your excellent wine. Some bread,
Hey, Raph.
cheese, and a cup of wine would appear. I'm here on behalf of Mistra. The message for Mistra is aware. That is why I have come here to.
Mistra's aware of magic?
With its that you must find. To you, I commit.
No. Farewell, Elm.
Gale said, sorry, Gale said farewell L because he doesn't take L's. He's on that Sigma grind set. On Mistra for real.
No traps, please.
No cap, skibbity. Cheese is stored in the milkers. You got cheese in those things? That's crazy.
I warn you, I'm exceptionally well. You know.
There's no justice.
Look over there. Do you see that wretched little hive?
Those Graceful Cloth to get to 20 decks, and then I run Grimskull Helm. That's certainly an option too. I'd want to do that in the lower wisdom setup, but I'm thinking about it.
Honestly, I was doing them. Hogwash, of course. A Gith Yankee can no more. You'll be well compensated, of course. A word.
Something toilet Ohio? Yeah. Ohio is a toilet, that's true. Should have done this while I was still in big lady mode. Sorry, large lady mode. This is big lady. With Colossus Elixir, large lady. Make sure that I have that going. The money you get from Esther change based on level, whether you ask for it in advance. I'm unsure. I know it changes based on whether you're a Gith Yankee or not. I'm unsure about the other factors. I also know that I no longer take the money in advance because if you do, then you don't get XP for giving her the owlbear egg. But you can get the XP by giving her the owlbear egg if you don't ask for the money in advance and you pass the persuasion check. Or nature, deception, whichever.
Steal? Oh, sure. Then please.
Wasn't Esther speaking, that was you in VC. You probably could fool people. I have 50 HP. We're carrying Silver Sword for Psychic Rest. Find out so much from you very shortly after I've done something. Took advance payment 2 days ago. That's okay. You can still get the XP from the quest if you give her the egg. The real egg. The problem with giving her the real egg is even if you kill her and take it back, which is what you should do if you give her the real egg, because otherwise Blurg and Omelum will be absent from Act 3. Lae'zel won't recognize it as, like, you still having it. So if you're doing, like, a Lae'zel romance and you want to raise the egg together, I can't do that. When I got around to starting my newest run last night, there's this purple outfit with underwear in my character's bag and first long rests. Is that new? I think that's from Twitch drops. It's been around for a while. I don't have my account properly linked, so I don't have that, but... No, they're revealed.
Romishkas. Better be careful with any magic. Spells set them off.
Oh, bring the egg back. It's not yours.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Thank you for returning the egg. It's very important. These are supposed to be on not ask. You get the most gold selling the gift egg to the dwarf in Act 3, I think. Arguably not worth it, though. I mean, from, like, a purely utilitarian perspective, I think that makes the most sense. Just if you want Lae'zel's ending to include the egg, keep it for that. But yeah, utilitarian would be you... give her the owlbear egg with the persuasion check. Then you kill her, take that back. Then you sell the owlbear egg to a vendor, and you sell the real egg to dwarf in Act 3. Migraine's creeping back in. Pain. Probably exacerbated by the sun clearly coming through.
Can't risk being in open view.
Who up exacerbating?
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Do people arrive with orb and explodes in the last frame? That'd be pretty good.
I don't need any attention right now.
No! Please! If you just stop!
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty.
Your curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it. Stay away from the Githyanki. They're hunting you. They want the artifact.
I don't know if you get it back from the Axe-3 guy for selling it, so that'd be a real have your cakey to a moment. Yeah, I'm unsure about that either. Verbs? No, I think let's go into the crush. Redo encrusted with frost stuff. That seems fun. Wish we had a way to avoid that. Go ride with Carrier. A reference fading into obscurity.
And
This calls for careful footwork.
Stealth failed. Alright, I forgot to change weapons. That's okay.
To the bloody fray! Ex textura.
A lot of conditions on you over there. That was rude. Attacking me with high ground bonus even.
Still breathing, despite everything. Need to find a way forward.
Crossbow of Arcane Force is another +1 heavy crossbow. It doesn't do anything unless I use its once per short rest thing, which is 1 turn of extra force damage. I guess that works out nicely on a Divine Strike. I guess you could do Brace, Arcane Ammunition, maybe Pop Off. I don't have to wait to carry all these situational weapons, though. First time I've said that. Thinking it is Graceful Cloth. Graceful Cloth, Brimskull Helm. So that I can still use these other weapons, but still have my Psychic Res. Won't have my DR anymore, so I'll be a little squish, but I think I can make that work. It's also a pretty good argument for hand crossbows right now. For when I'm in combat. But I should do that with better hand crossbows. Jira. Don't want anything she sells.
Ugh, the filth of these people. Unbelievable.
I guess under Mountain King, if I do go Graceful Cloth. Yeah, because like I could do Silver Sword with Graceful Cloth, or I could do Assassins with King's Knife, and then keep Adamantine Splint and maybe do Psychic Res Elixir. But when I'm not fighting things where I need Psychic Res, King's Knife under Mountain King with Graceful Cloth seems like the play. How do you get the out of combat Divine Strikes and ranged attack? Set them not to ask. Defender Flail is almost affordable right now. Have them set to ask. Yeah, they need to be set not to ask, just automatic. Couldn't get it either. I was getting it today. We could just pop in and do Zathis.
You look like you want to say the don't.
Look heals right now. Go here.
you want to say? Don't.
The fact that this doesn't break hiding either is pretty funny. It's not a neutral target if that matters. It shouldn't.
Watch this, Rajak!
Time to press ahead.
Get it right now.
All right. Time to skulk about.
Okay, got all three.
A parasite, brimming with magic. Take it.
Pave my path with corpses.
The bug all three get used? I don't know if it's a bug. It's just the way the reaction system works. Essentially, when you are outside of a turn order, as far as reactions, whether they consume a reaction point or not, are concerned, they can just happen. Because they never go on cooldown. That resource doesn't get consumed. Again, whether it uses the actual reaction point resource or not. So they can just keep happening with no respect for time. And this applies to a lot of things. Like Rogue Uncanny Dodge can just Uncanny Dodge everything when you're out of combat. Constantly, everything. With Hunter's Colossus Slayer, or Swarmkeeper's Swarms, or Rogue's Reaction Sneak Attack. Reaction Sneak Attack is separate from regular Sneak Attack. With Divine Strike Reaction. Anything like that, you can just keep doing, and it doesn't go on cooldown.
You feel your parasites. Your body grows layers of you real. Your skull groans and bends under the pressure. Agony. Through the device, you feel yourself ebbing away, while the parasite only grows stronger.
I guess the wisdom helps here.
The device.
But my gear also helps. And the resistance cantrip is so good here.
Your parasite is even stronger now. A parasite. Take it.
I guess there's an argument for this being yet another Spear of Evening run, because I could use that for blind immunity, allowing me to use Cloak of Cunning Broom. While still having Spiteful Thunder and Snowburst Ring. Though Spiteful Thunder doesn't really do much here. Just, I want it.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
We could pick up Ring of Elemental Infusion while we're here. Doesn't seem urgent. Aelin not catching a break these days. She really isn't.
tamper. Now.
I have something to ask.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
I'll bolo some stuff. No, the prices won't be great. I can always steal from him later. It's the ultimate problem where XP routes are so optimized the XP benefits of her living just aren't relevant. Yeah, like the biggest benefit of her living at this point is having Jaheira able to cast Peg on you. And that's really it. So when we say Peg, God, I wish that was me, right? When we say Peg, we sometimes, not always, mean protection from evil and good. P-E-G. The specific strat we're referring to is in the Act 2 finale, you can have Jaheira join you as a temporary follower in the Moonrise Assault segment. And while you have control of her, you can have her cast Protection from Evil and Good on you and maintain concentration. Then you can attempt to go down to the basement, which will cause her to dismiss herself from your service, but she will still be concentrating. And at that point, as long as you never click the flee combat button, Jaheira will maintain concentration on Protection from Evil and Good on you until you long rest. So you can have that on for free for the entirety of the prison fight, the Cleric fight, the Merkel fight. You could keep that going for the Gith monks if you haven't fought them yet, for whatever reason. Like, or not the Gith monks, excuse me, the Gith ambush. You could have it on for a bunch of things, and that's forcing disadvantage on all undead aberrations and fiends that are attacking you. There's no fiends, but you could have it covering undead and aberrations. I guess you could leave your gear for that point to have it for him too if you really wanted to get value there. But it also, most importantly, gives you fear immunity. Which means Merkel can't lock down your movement. Brain rot spell names goes deep, much like a pecking. Before I go up to Esther here, I'm gonna look for some food. Let me change my gear to what I actually want it to be. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Hello. We kill Aelin without shard so we don't deal with shard and sharding him. Yeah, shard and shard is just so insufferable. Hey, Poppy. Moonrise exploration method works. Shovels in turn-based setting by Balthazar door. Keeps two powers hostage. Yeah, I did it in a sort of scuffed way yesterday. I used a zombie. I initially messed up, so the paladin that goes away did go away. But I did manage to get the spot with the zombie. And this is a Minthara's alive run, so that was cool. Short explanation is you just send a summon in while you are far enough away that Minthara doesn't render into Moonrise. So because she doesn't render in, she doesn't take the spot. And if you position the summon carefully enough, then that paladin also doesn't go away. Now, there's probably a world where you can position imprecisely enough that, as Exile was mentioning, you can have
I believe
turn-based
there's a cabin
mode.
near you.
Jake was investigating food. You can have turn-based mode, hold that paladin hostage long enough for you to go attack them. You recall if Oathbreaking removes buffs like Bliss Spores? Don't believe it does. I know Bliss Spores stays through respec, but some buffs don't. So Bliss Spores, I'm pretty sure you keep. But I'm unsure about the others. Like your beanie? Thank you. I like a nice purple. Sorry, just sit here and eat. But, already wasn't feeling well today and I was getting a little lightheaded. What food? Got some takeout from a, Caribbean place yesterday. So I got some rice and beans, some cabbage, and some jerk chicken. They did a really good job jerking that chicken. Love my chicken jerk, hell yeah. Bone fragment. Yeah, it could stand to be a little spicier. You know me, I'm also on team spicy food, but it's still good. So let's head over to Esther. I would like to just buy the Graceful Cloth, but honestly, at this point, I can beat her in initiative. Because this is an alert build, so I should just steal it. Can't handle spicy foods, but I try for Karlach. Real. We jerking it here? Yeah. Just they jerked in my mouth. No, I should disguise me.
Out of sight, out of mind. Just out of view.
Verifying. She's got 18 dex plus 4 initiative. Need plus 8. I plus 9. Good.
Free for the taking.
No.
A 3.
Another step forward.
3. Clients can hear me giggling behind my desk because of jerking and pegging. Did you tell them about the joke? They might find it funny too. Is jerking chicken same as choking? I mean, if you swallow too quickly, right?
To be cautious. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Carefully now.
Hey.
I can take what I please. Using that to make a discount.
Failed all those? I can get it on a 19 if I max roll guidance. But for the most part, I gotta roll a 20 here.
At the ready.
If I'm going with me for a Diet Coke run, what have I missed? Not too much. Someone's zooming. We Zathist. I'm trying to steal the Graceful Cloth. So I can change up my gear a little bit.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Let's get in and out.
The dice hate me today. Hey, honey boy rams. 1 with advantage. I think that is the 3rd separate 1 in 400 fail that I've had today.
I'm coming for you!
That's something.
Softer than a whisper. Don't want to draw any
Stop
attention.
looking at me.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Not a bird today, I'm afraid.
What path lies before me?
But we're did this 6-7 motion with her hands and we talked about work-related stuff. Had to keep Sicilian for a hot minute. I have never felt more, like, affirmed in my belief that humanity is just getting dumber than this 6-7 shit. There's a hand motion now? Like, yeah, apparently.
Out of sight, out of mind. Softer than a whisper.
Stop looking at me!
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Tapped. Alright. Because my mouse is being unresponsive, I need to keybind. Something I never do.
I don't need any attention right now.
We'll be here until this works. Basically, I have to roll either a 19 plus a max roll of guidance, or I have to roll a 20. If I wouldn't grab Shapeshifter's Boon, that would help. If I duped Smuggler's Ring, that would help. But we are, for now, the mercy of the dice. This is DC 29. Like, I could consider putting all of her stuff in the bag and stealing that. That would only increase it to DC 30.
This calls for careful footwork. My hand slipped.
Got it. And that encumbered me. That's okay, we'll make room.
Need to find a way forward.
How dare you look at me just because I'd repeatedly tried to rob you? Yeah. Now I can do that, which eliminates the need for that. If I buy... sexual. If I buy Defender Flail from Jira, I can kill her, get under Mountain King. Kind of like that. Let's go Gith mode again. Crit immunity there. Could actually just steal from Jira, same as we just did with Esther. Plus a power for +1 sleight of hand. a lot of setup so far in today's stream, but it's gonna be well worth it, I think. Anyway, I'm looking forward to clearing out Moonrise. I appreciate when you tell the gear you put on. I'm glad. I can try to do it more. I do a lot of gear swaps, so I often am not thinking while I'm doing it, but I can try to explain a little more, if it's helpful. I am a huge believer in gear swapping.
Open up.
So Modest Disguise use Lae'zel. Does it technically turn you into Lae'zel as far as the game is concerned? Just Disguise, purely cosmetic. You'll notice in the tags section, I don't have the Lae'zel tag. So the game does not think I'm Lae'zel when I'm in this form. It just thinks I'm a generic Githyanki. Hey, Gamer Grace. How's stream going today? It's going well. It's going well. We're making good progress. Thank you again for the raid, by the way. We're making good progress. Kind of just getting set up, slowly clearing out a bit of the crush. We got level 8, which is where the primary thing we're using for the build comes online. And, yeah, I'm excited about it. Very helpful when you describe, thank you. Of course, you're very welcome. I just need to manage my carry weight here. Do I need holy water? Not at present.
I'll take that.
More stuff to sell.
All right, time to skulk about. Best be on my way. Another step forward.
Doing that with my co-op run right now. It's your first co-op. It's been so fun. Love to hear it. Your first clear of this game, and then your first co-op, and then like your first duo or trio or solo. Like the firsts really hit different with this game. It's one of those games that very commonly people are like, I wish I could erase my memory just to do it again. Yeah, first dirge. I'm just gonna put everything in the bag and we're ready to go for that.
Remember.
Better be cautious. Don't want to draw any attention. That's interesting. Breathe deep and move.
Right. Don't quite have the movement speed to make it to the door. I put on haste helm, I do. Should put on haste helm. Let's do that. You started to do solo? Or you're scared to do solo? I don't know if that's a typo or not. Scared? A little bit of fear is good. A little bit of fear keeps you playing responsibly. As soon as you're no longer afraid of certain things, that's when those things are able to kill you even when you know better. That tends to be how I lose runs. But ultimately, like, losing a run is a good thing. It's instructive. It tells you a way you can die. And the way I approach, like, honor mode as a whole and resetting is if something kills me, I just make it my mission on the next run to not die to that thing. To just get past that point. Nothing else. And if you keep repeating that on a big enough scale, and you keep track of all of those previous deaths and you don't die to those specific things, eventually that's the whole game.
Just out of view.
Where are you going? I think I'm short one dash right now.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I'm gonna start my honor yesterday. I chickened out. Danny's chat popped in my head saying to practice some customer dishonor. If that's something you want to do, yeah, do it.
I'll give it a shot.
Custom letting you play in the honor mode rule set is really nice. That's a pretty recent inclusion. That was only, what, patch 7 where they added that? And we're only on patch 8 now. So it's something that people wanted for a long time. I used a mod to do practice runs on Tactician for a while. A mod that added honor rule sets to Tactician. So it was nice when that was finally a full feature.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Free for the taking. Sure. Notice.
Hey, Silver Raid, thank you for the Prime in the 52 months. That's a very long time. I appreciate it immensely.
To keep going.
The last death is because I was being careless, not paying attention to my position, and got shoved into a chasm. Yep. My last death was I wasn't careful enough while fighting Githyanki.
She's on fire.
I'll give it a shot.
The one before that was I wasn't paying attention while I was fighting Filra. Is it known when the native camera tweaks mod will work again? It usually breaks whenever they push a hotfix. There was a hotfix today. It's usually fixed within a couple days too, so.
Can't risk being in open view.
I think it's probably just waiting on script extender update. They already fixed it? Okay, there you go. Danny uses that mod. She says they already fixed it.
Best be on my way.
So it was only out of commission for, well, like 3 hours. Last step was when I just had to wake up this morning. That's real.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Oh, did I get it? I did get it. Cool.
Don't waste a step.
Camera's the only mod. Doesn't work for me. I thought Quag was using it too. Nope, I use the default camera. I just zoom out a lot. Alright, so we stole all of Jira's stuff. A lot of arrows. That'll be very nice. Let's sell the Revivify Scrolls. Defender Flail we can use. Knife of the Undermount King we can use. Lorethian's Wrath we can use. Gold's nice. Vital Conduit probably see some use. Gloves of Dex. They don't do anything for me because my Dex is already, you know, higher. But I guess if I want +1 accuracy, there's something. Witchbreakers, situationally nice. So I can do... Painful Striking plus Herald and use coatings, maybe? Go here for crit immunity. This is only 18 AC, but, like, meh, I got good initiative. My movement could be better. Suppose that creates an argument for Crusher's Ring over Smuggler's Ring. Try it out. There's also this. Can try this. I could probably afford to put Silver Sword away for now. But let's keep it. Just try to make some room. Sell Warpang to someone. That means they can go to camp for now. I'm not going to use Titan String for a while. I can go to Shadowheart. I won't need to carry around Harmonium Halberd once I get the Mighty Cloth, but it'll be a bit. Guess I don't need Gandrel's Aspiration right now. I didn't get the joke, Mark. Sorry. At least when solo you can't do the dumb thing I did yesterday. I misclicked and had Lae'zel crit and disarm my character, who promptly got murked the following round. Oof.
Don't mind if I do.
We can pop over to Grimforge now. Give the build a proper test there. There's plenty of Dwergar still alive.
If not over, then through.
Killed those guys over there, killed you. I guess I was lying when I said plenty, but there's some. Oh yeah, I would never have gotten that mark.
Quite. The past is nearer. Well, let's see what you've got.
Not my wheelhouse. Do like black tentacles. But nah.
That's all then.
So I could go pass without trace mode here, but not going to. Not at the moment anyway.
You attacked someone. Only the
No, I
guards
didn't.
are allowed to do that, as this one is
I hear them
about to
slipping in
demonstrate.
the background.
They believe.
I don't need any attention right now.
Yeah, that damage is pretty good. Because you've got Bane and Baneful Strike. very unlikely to save on that.
Time to press ahead.
Back up a little bit. And he slipped. You gonna slip too? No. Playing the ancient game of EverQuest while watching you. I haven't heard that name in a long time. It's creating the ice snowburst ring. I put Drakethroat Glaive's cold damage on Herald, and I'm using the snowburst ring. So it makes ice determined, and the difficulty class is based on my spell save DC. So currently that's 14. But I'm also lowering their saving throws with Herald's effect and the Gloves of Baneful Striking. That was with Uncanny Dodge cutting that damage in half. He's got dex save proficiency because ROG. Maybe I like Winter's Clutches better here, actually.
Better be cautious. Let's see what you're hiding. Wonder if the gods are watching me. Don't want to draw any attention. At the ready. No traps, please. Here goes nothing.
Okay. Sorry, Quag, your chat's become corporate help? No, it's okay. I have no input, but I'm following along. That's his gift.
I should speak up.
Oh, true soul, no less. But should split your head open and poke around in there if you lot don't pay up.
The ship.
The stench don't lie. In that case, whatever the spoils.
And what about the funny? go this way. Good for us. Am I just doing an 8-level run? No? I am only level 8 right now. The build command shows my current build. Reduce isn't seen as aggressive? Correct.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Oh, how did you see me? It's no fun.
Just out of view. Should mind my step.
Failed? No, just rolled a 1. Yeah, that'll do it.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Silver throwing triggers on Divine Strike Gold range. Every shot is a spell. Yep. It would also trigger on any weapon attack that's dealing gold damage, as these are. Nice. Pew.
Curious mask. What's it doing here? I've never seen anything like it. Something good here, I hope.
Lunch break done. Back to it. Glad it's some real damage to chat. Keep it up, Quag. Always do, buddy. Have a good day.
Another mask.
Back up and roll out. See you in a bit,
Heavier than
Control.
it looks. Wouldn't be very comfortable.
Always keep it up. Please consult the physician. It's okay, Dandy. I'm beyond help. Oh, okay.
This calls for careful footwork. Light on my feet.
Today was my Friday. I'm still thinking about work. Do you have something you've been looking forward to throughout the work week? Can you jump right into that? Take your mind off it?
Wait, Go on. Drag me to Moon. It's the whole damn reason we're here.
Why'd you take so little damage, Philomene? I rolled a 3. Hate Philomene. There's a chance that doesn't kill.
Fall by my hand. Dream red.
Gotta protect my 75 XP.
Anything of use?
It's a good question. Honestly, is sleeping a terrible answer? No. Sleeping in is a great answer. Gonna give Thrin here the boots.
Heat up! You the one Greymon mentioned. Never thought. Here then, now move.
The parasite.
Soul.
Oh.
Glad you. He's stuck in there with poisoned geese. Thought. I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move. And you better hope that's the worst.
Breathe in the city air in my 30s, call me a poison geezer. Relatable. Just like me for real.
Softer than a whisper. On my way. Out of sight, out of mind. Longer than bloody work. With haste.
It begins.
Open view. On my way. Breathe quiet. Move with care. I don't need any attention right now. Don't want to draw any attention. Out of sight, out of mind.
Got a lot done. damage. %60 on that? Ooh, if I do switch to Spiteful Thunder mode, I could maybe start sticking Hold Person to people. Nice reverb thread.
I don't need any attention right now.
Featherfall next turn. See, she slipped onto that ice because it's DC 14. She's rolling with disadvantage because of Encrusted with Frost. She's got -1 from Reverb and -4 from Bane. There's the days. So if I wanted to stick a Hold Person to her now, I could. Really? A 1? Man.
Death won't take me yet. First step is the hardest.
Oh, I froze him? Whoops. Old person over old person. Bow of the Banshee's another option here. It's more damage. It's more accuracy. Oh, the Banshee for when I'm not in dwarf mode. I forgot to turn into a dwarf. I was supposed to be a dwarf.
Breathe deep and move.
A reverb still to play. I could handle this in a smart way. I'm not gonna do that. It's an interesting coding here. Suppose I don't need to get interesting.
Just out of view.
Fighting the Rothe. My kill. Didn't know they would fight the Rothe if you fuck with them like that. That's quite funny, actually. Hey Mac, how's the run going today? It's going well. We got the build online. Having fun pew-pewing. Wow, incredible movement. I should have moved farther.
Don't waste a step.
Cat. It's so satisfying, man. Meh. This'll hurt. Squishy's build I played in a bit. I have a big bludgeoning weapon right now. Really, that's enough, right? And I'm so lazy. Incredible waste of resources.
Maybe I need more pockets. Another mask.
Sometimes it's about sending a message. Only have 3 peg scrolls. Use the actual spell. Going Gith mode for Psychic Res would be smart. I'm not going to do that.
Should get started.
Probably also a hand crossbow fight. I'm not going to do that either.
Get back. One spark and it'll blow.
Beldron, can you hear me? Beldron!
Does not. So you care.
What if I did the funny? Oh. Inoculated. Ooh. Totally a waste of that to use it here, but... Oh, I froze him? Okay. Maybe it wasn't a waste.
Heretic! You should never have come here.
Here, buddy, you okay?
Another parasite. Collect it. It might
All
be
right.
useful.
That was... something.
Better now that I'm with you.
God,
Very well.
we're near.
Well, I shouldn't be surprised, considering... And so, to Moonrise Towers I go.
Oh, sorry, I'm suddenly dehydrated. I just gotta take a drink. Just a little more. Just a little more.
Friend. Singular. Certainly not. In case... And...
Hydration is important. Take your time. And I just run half Grim Forge, dodging his legendary shit. So with Nier, there's a couple of good options. One, there's the environment. Lava absolutely shreds him, which is why they made him athletic, so he's harder to get in the lava, but you can get him in there.
You're covered in dust.
Two,
Wait,
one shot him.
is that a bruise there?
He's ultimately a humanoid with 100, barely 100 HP. So he's very one-shottable. 3, just crowd control him, so his legendary action can never happen. 4, just attack him 1 time per turn, and then you don't need to worry about it. Or 5, just be tanky enough and not care when it happens. Though that one's a little hazardous to the gnomes here. Just waiting for the dump truck to come by and pick up my junk, hell yeah.
Why help us? Here, things the cult would like to know. That business is what sent us up.
Is Nier fine? Yeah, well, not as fine as she is.
This calls for careful footwork. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Get out! Out!
Okay.
Pave my path with corpses. Build my castle with bones.
It's okay, I legalized giving head. Was thinking you had a freezing setup with Divine Strike Cold and Winter's Clutches? Yeah. But you can also do Bussy mode. And I'm wondering if I could work in Electrified Water somehow. Because, like, if I'm doing fire damage and melting my ice surface immediately, if I can electrify that before it becomes ice again, maybe I could get some electrocution ticks. I haven't thought too much about how to pull that off effectively, though.
Softer than a whisper. What path lies before me? That's a friendly-looking shadow. These boots have seen everything.
I don't know if there's an Act 3 vendor that's good for haste spores. You're looking at either Dareth, Blurg, or the Voiceless Penitent, but it's a chance with each of them. If you're looking for some guaranteed haste spores, there is one sublimit of haste spores in Araj's building. Style and Horse also, yeah.
Need to be cautious. Very well.
Popper can too? I don't remember ever getting haste spores from Popper, but I probably have. You know, like the actual greatest? No, you?
Open up.
Kid in the Guild Hall. Always forget about that one. Maybe we do a vendor bazaar this run, so I can just assemble all the vendors in the lower city just to show how many there are that are actually useful. There's quite a lot.
like you want to say any.
Oh, if Ring of Shadows comes back with region travel, that'd be pretty poggers. Let's see. Petition for more RPGs to have farmers markets with all vendors in one room. You know, interestingly, the most recent Pokemon game kind of was like, hey, that's a good game design choice. Because they've collapsed most vendor functionality into just the Pokemon Center. But then for like other kinds of vendors you want, for the most part, they're all like grouped up. It's like there's an alley where there's just stalls of just vendors. And then there's a construction building where there's just like 3 guys who sell you shit, just standing next to each other. I'm an elder millennial. I miss malls being good. Malls were my childhood. My teenage years, I spent so much time in the mall bookstore, which probably surprises nobody. I grew up too poor for malls. I rarely bought anything, Soma. I just hung out and read books for the most part. We didn't have a car. Ah, yeah, transportation would be an issue. Yeah. Telephone most of the time. I genuinely miss phones being less common. It's probably a weird take.
Can't risk being in open view. Going to skulk about. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
No.
How much further can I go?
Okay, bye. One's less common to mean you want to be a payphone trying to call home? Nah, I want to use the landline at a friend's house to call home.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. A knife in the dark. May the gods take you first. Just out of view.
Forgot to get in dwarf mode. Yeah, that's important.
Have I been this way before?
Breathe deep and move.
Seen you create ice normal shots too, not only with Divine Strike Gold? Yes, because I put Drake Throat Glaive's cold damage on my bow. So it does cold damage on regular shots too.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. That's a
That's Harold. He's not a bow. Hey, little cream squirt.
I'll strike you down. They should all be running.
This is very funny.
Carefully now.
The crits go crazy. Like, look at that. 15 on the piercing, which is not all that high. 6 colds, which is not all that high, but 6 lightning, 14 cold, 7 fire.
Should mind my step.
The funny. Naycher Gloomstalker? Why would I nerf this by playing Gloomstalker? Is the DC just 20 plus their perception? What, for the stealth? No, I don't think it's that high. So that's 14. It was against... I can't look at Shadow Stat Block. I don't think they have a -6 to their perception. I'm gonna need some assistance here.
I don't need any attention right now. Walking death.
Like that. They don't have to. They could have rolled low on the d20. Oh, so you're saying it's against a roll that they're doing and that determines the DC that I have to roll against? Could be how it works. I'm genuinely not sure. I am not super duper knowledgeable in the sphere of stealth things. Won't claim to be.
Can't risk being in open view. Don't waste a step.
Witness the solace of the lady's whispers with each slice.
All right, time to skulk about.
Only with can we show our subject mercy.
To be cautious. I just want a little.
A lot of shots off there. I missed a lot of shots too. But I did get a lot off.
Light on my feet.
This stretch must be flayed.
Master surgeon's
The
will.
next instrument.
Hey, we have thank you for the prime in the 2 months. Thanks for the streams, watching these become part of my daily ritual. That's high praise. That means a lot to hear. Thank you very much. I have people that I watch as part of my daily ritual, so I totally get that, like, that ingraining into the routine. That means a lot. I seem to enjoy stealth a bit too much. it's one of those things where stealth is bad unless you are actively going for it, and that's been my position for quite a while. Now, I'm in a position where stealth does nothing for me, and because of my loadout, I am horribly equipped for this fight. So now I have to play more defensively than I'd like.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
Like, this is gonna hurt.
Thanks for the stream, smiley face. Watching you has become part of my daily ritual.
Part of me wants to spike growth. Do I have a lightning bolt? Cone of Cold would have been okay. Black Tentacles is okay here. Provided I can make it actually spill over the way it's implying it does. Kind of did. Or like this hybrid gameplay, nice flow to it. Yeah. Wait, hey, it worked.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Should have set to not ask so I could detonate in one. That's okay. Do I haste here? No. Let's put another spiritual weapon down and back up.
A most excellent choice, Master.
Thank you, spiritual weapon. Consumed his action point so he couldn't dash. Turn these to ask, turn these off. So we get that. Low accuracy here. Switching to spike growth makes sense. Do I have Eversight Ring on? I still have a turn of that. Can't pull me. Big backlash. I want to get advantage with my bonus action, so I'm going to drink an Invis Pot. Probably should have braced first. Let's use an Arrow of Undead Slaying here. Angling for Insta-Bussy. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Mauser's is fire. Yeah, I was hoping to just kill the nurse with that more than anything. But out of range. It's unfortunate. Keep him locked down. That. Those are all still set to ask. Could hasten again. I don't think that makes much sense. Create more distance. Risk-gearing would be okay here. Pulled her through the spikes. Don't have superior dark vision. Better. Juicy. Edward's scalpel hands never fails to creep me out. Huh. I didn't know that that also removes prone from him. Did anybody know that? When they give him an instrument, it removes prone. That's pretty cool. Had my character Wild Shape remove prone from an enemy. Huh. That was a very fun fight. If I had messed up the inputs a little bit at the beginning, I think I probably could have killed him. And because Malice resists fire, I do think that going with Purple Worm over Oiled Combustion would have been good there, but hindsight's 20/20. Still, certainly a different Malice Thorn fight. I like how unique this run feels. Ironically, doing a stealth archer feels unique. Need to be one-shotting every enemy or the build is bad? Oh. Yeah. That's true. Alright, I want to region travel here to get Pass Without Trace back. Until I do pick up... If I decide to do that Shadow Monk dip. This is how I get Pass Without Trace. Glad someone finally said it. Yeah. Very brave of you. Thank you. Entrance just this year has a wild shape specific cutscene. I was also unaware of that. Strength of the build is only dependent on the theoretical damage ceiling. That's the kind of thing that would get massively upvoted. Give me updoots. You could shove this up your dude.
Moving ahead.
Which enemy has the highest perception in the game? Unsure. Bit of an error there. There we go.
There's a parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Uh-huh. It's free real estate.
There's an illithid parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Guys put together this build deals enough damage to kill anything in the game through resistance, but if I don't go first and I just die, any ideas how to fix this? I will not sacrifice any amount of damage. Crash your game if you ever lose initiative. Time for some ascended greed.
Out of sight, out of mind. What do we have here?
And the dreams came.
Have to keep going.
Disengage there, do? I have the Cloak of Cunning Broom on. When I disengage, I make a fog cloud. A big component of successfully using the stealth skill is remaining in areas that are dimly lit, so that people's dark vision doesn't just reveal you. So, with Fog Cloud, from that, plus Eversight Ring, I can just disengage to make wherever I want dark. And a tech you can do when you're out of combat. Get away from the scry guy first. Disengage, see how it made a cloud? Well, if I do this, I do this. You can do this in combat too, it's just harder. If you spawn a new cloud touching the old one will inherit the duration of the new one. So you can maintain this with darkness arrows or Cunning Broom fog clouds most easily. And you can just make a huge obscured area, and as long as you're good about refreshing it, you can just keep that going. Thought Eversight Ring didn't work on fog? Only magical darkness? Nope. Eversight Ring tells you the wearer cannot be blinded. It does not say by magical darkness, it says the wearer cannot be blinded, and that means you cannot be blinded by any means. The blindness spell, fog, darkness, none of it works on you. Devil's Sight is the one that is explicitly magical darkness. Devil's Sight is superior dark vision and immunity to magical darkness. But it does not work on Fog Cloud. If you want full blind immunity, you're looking at using either Spear of Evening, Steel Watcher Helm, or Eversight Ring. Helldusk Helm says it makes you blind immune, and technically it does, but it does not give you the property that allows you to shoot inside of darkness. So, like, the anti-projectile field clause of darkness is still in effect when you're using the Helldusk Helm. Haven't tried a stealthy rogue, but am I correct in assuming they'll never fail these checks, therefore never entering combat unless forced to, like the brain fight? I don't know about never. But with Pass Without Trace and reliable talent, plus having good stealth bonuses on top of that, even if it is possible, it's extremely unlikely, because these stealth checks don't have the scaling that greater invis stealth checks get. So, ultimately, yes, your earlier question of wouldn't Swashbuckler do this better? Swashbuckler Rogue would absolutely do this better.
Time to press ahead.
At every point of the game. But it's fun to do it on a Cleric. So if I have a party of Shadow Sorcerer and Shadow Monk, if I give Eversight Ring to my Shadow Monk, can he play off a Shadow Sorcerer's Darkness spells? Absolutely. I think if you try to use stealth checks with greater invis, increases each attempt, yeah. I believe it's quadratic scaling for greater invis checks. Fact check me on that.
Can you hear her?
Of many hearts.
It is quadratic, thank you.
Of many thoughts. One
seems simple enough. I need a little extra edge. This calls for careful footwork.
Bye.
Don't waste a step.
Alright.
It is impossible to keep a garment clean down here. You'll find it all the harder once you're off on the march. If you think I'm walking all the way to Baldur's Gate without stopping, you don't know me at all.
You have Witness, so I can't just escape the combat here. I gotta be clever about this. Let's start here. We'll use our sanctuary time to just switch gear. No, mister. Good to see you. I was talking about you the other day. Good things, just talking about stuff I've picked up and learned from various places. Let's go here. I want that right now. Do that actually. Failed, but that doesn't break Sanctuary. Apologies if you've answered this before. You ever played modded classes or subclasses on stream? Yes. Build change with Sanctuary? Yeah, I love that. It's such a good tech. Failing all of the athletics checks, though. I'll worry about that next turn. We go for the throw there to remove Aura of Protection. You're dazed, you're reverbed. Now we hasten. %. Love to see how little tricks migrate between different people and stuff get added on and becomes a new thing entirely. Yeah, me too. 2 illuminated here. Go. Committed a lot of resources there, but like this is definitely a squishy build, so no such thing as over prepping when I have Sanctuary to do full gear swaps like that. Consider Shapeshifter's Boon for this run? Yeah, it would be very good. I just keep forgetting. I can go get that in a moment, actually. Now I need to make sure the Ox... kind of worried about accidentally killing the Ox and getting Enemy of Justice, so I'm going to do something I never do, and Well, not never. Do something I rarely do and just pick the dirge option. It's XP negative, but it is safest. Imagine us watching these runs a year and a half ago instead of the same game, right? Thought about trying a mod for the Artificer class. I don't know if there's a good one out there for it. I don't know specifics, but I've been told by at least a couple people that they played Artificer mods and liked it. I think it'd be prudent to point out you don't need a reason to play Clerics. Cleric's your favorite class. That's true. Cleric is my favorite class.
Not for you to know.
I will use inspo here.
Come, are you satisfied? A kindred spirit. But I only wish to be an ox. Brutality? Don't be silly. I like grass.
You deliver the ox a death by 1,000 cuts, trying to taunt it into revealing its old form with every slice.
You pickpocket the ring instead. I also want allied last light, so
in animal form. Only after its eyes fade does it become the monster it once was.
I don't think I'll ever look at an ox quite the same.
that ox escalated quickly. That was good. Good job, Stay. Outdoing yourself this time. How can you get enemy of justice from killing the ox? So if you kill the ox fast enough that the NPCs here don't have time to like process changing to your side, then you can get witness on anyone who's here. Most commonly, it's Harper Skywin, because she patrols here. Did it fine to get the XP if you kidnap Damon away? So my other concerns were enemy of justice, and then also like my survivability. Like the ox could easily kill me with this HP in one round. I see no need to take that many chances. I'm comfortable giving up, what is it, 90 XP? Like 150 tops. I'm comfortable giving that up for ultimate consistency. Taking advantage of Dirge perk. This wouldn't even have been an option if I wasn't Dirge. I would have had to take the risk, but because I have the safer path, I'm doing it. Amulet slot-wise... I guess Broodmothers is okay for when I don't want to expend resources on an actual coding. Let's go by Nermisser. And maybe we can do Thizabald. I want to get a little cheeky with how I do it. I think I'm going to use a chest to block the door so the zombies can't, like, walk in. And I'm going to try to full stealth kill Thizabald, because I think that'd be fun. Counterintuitive, because I don't get the Dirge inspo, so less inspo points, less XP. Not optimal, but fun.
Something's in my mind. You haven't felt like
Tell me a story. A fable. I don't need this, because I'm a cleric, but I'll buy it anyway. The worm? I have plenty of stuff I can sell, yeah. The saga. Is it cake armor time then? Might be. Actually no, it's graceful cloth, so I can have advantage, right? Also gets me to 20 dex. Functionally similar enough.
With me while we wait.
I'm not worthy.
The absolute war drums.
Don't need invuln versus old person because you have high wisdom, right? It seems risky in my new brain. So I'm invulnerable to hold person because of freedom of movement. I am using a 4th level spell slot every day to just give myself the effect of the ring. So a lot of us will joke. I know myself, Say, and Trade have all separately made this joke, but clerics, bards, druids just get an extra ring slot at level 7 because you just put that spell on every day. You just do that. So I'm not using my wisdom to resist that, because attempting to resist a paralysis on a saving throw stat is a last resort, and unless your run is restricting something heavily, you always have a better option. My wisdom is high here because it helps my Snowburst Ring DC, and if I decide to mess around with Circlet of Arcane Synergy, it's for that. But, like, if I was being serious and not experimental, these points would be split between my Constitution and my Charisma. Hey, Red say, thank you for the prime in the 9 months. Let's go. Are we going? It's time to go. Me and who?
An honor. And she's on fire. Quag.
Let's go.
Oh, their +2 is just +2 stealth, effectively. Yeah. It's very good. Just, I want to have advantage without giving up a weapon slot right now. Even better if you're not doing a solo run, don't find it too cheesy. You can also get it for free level 7 from Camp Cleric strat. Yeah, it's popular. It's something I personally don't do in my runs, because I did it once, was like, alright, that's enough of that. But everyone has their own threshold with that sort of thing. For the Mist Amulet? I do have that. That's a non-concentration fog cloud. So, yeah, good shot. Should have that going. Much easier to use that than Cunning Broom. Is there an item spell that gives immunity against Ballast, Stun, and Gaze? No, but the thing is, it's only DC 16, and it's in Act 3. So it's fully possible to get enough saving throw bonuses at that point, even with 8 Wisdom and no proficiency, to make it so they just can't succeed it. Does Fog Cloud help in a portal fight against the archers? No, they can shoot into it. If you put it where they are, they can't shoot out of it. I don't think, but they can shoot into it.
An honor.
Yeah, back to the stun and gaze thing. So DC 16. Let's assume you have 8 wisdom, no proficiency. So you're starting with a -1 to your wisdom saving throws. +2 from Anointed and Splendor. That takes you up to a net of +1. And let's leave out one-time buffs here, so you get a good feel of what's possible even without things like Rapture. There's a bunch of ways to maintain a permanent bless. Some of them one time, some of them not. So we'll include that. That's 1d4, so minimum +1. You're at a minimum +2 here. Helm of Valderin is 1. Ring of Protection is 1. Wave Mother's Cloak is 2. So you're at +6. Then you can get +1 in your shield slot. Go to +7. You can get advantage in your necklace slot from one of 2 amulets. You can get +2 in your chest slot. Armor of Agility has that. A bunch of others have that. So that's +9. And that's without doing additional things like if your class is able to concentrate on resistance, that's another +1d4. You can apply Wizard's Bane oil to a ballist to reduce their spell save DC by 3, taking the number you need to clear from 16 to 13. Wizard's Bane oil has no saving throw. You hit them, they get it. So you can be rolling, even with 8 wisdom, no proficiency, no significant bonuses, you can be rolling +11 with advantage at minimum. And that's assuming you min roll any of the variable dice one. You can also, instead of Helm of Baldurin, you could do Helmet of Autonomy, which I don't have Omni right now, but it's the one that does give you proficiency in Wisdom saving throws if you don't already have that. So that's, at that point, provided you're level 9 through level 12, that's +3 in that slot. And one of my favorite items, Robe of Supreme Defenses, adds your spellcasting modifier to your saving throws while you're concentrating. So if you are running a build where you have a positive spellcasting modifier, that can add up to, depending what your build is, +7 by itself. You can also have Viconia's robes to get the +2 from that effect by just wearing them whenever someone applies Shield of Faith to you, and then you can unequip them, keep the bonus, as long as you still maintain that Shield of Faith. Doesn't have to be yours, can be someone else casting it on you. There's a couple NPCs that do that, so that's another +2. So, yeah. Someone say Stunning Gaze? Hell yeah, Cam. Okay, I need a chest. One mod item gives immunity to Stunning Gaze and Lethargic. Ugh. There are mods that fix Baldurin's Helm that way too. Just like, that's so... This discussion's been held a couple times. It was recently over in Mark's chat too. But like... There are people who are purist in... anything that does not work in a straightforward manner needs to be changed to work in a straightforward manner. That's how a lot of people view bug fixes and adjacent things. But they will even do that in a way where they buff items, or they add things that were never stated to be the intent of the item. So, like, there's a lot of overstep with those kind of mods. And it's like, I'm a fan of bug fixes. I'm a big fan of bug fixes, don't get me wrong. Just, I don't... Like, if I wanted to make my game easier, I wouldn't download a bug fix mod to make my game easier. That's not what it's for me. Hey, Ichigo. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. Seen you around.
That sign above. This must be a brewery. Or distillery.
You a bleach enjoyer? Given the rest of the name. Oh yeah? I'm a couple seasons behind on Thousand Year Blood War. I just had trouble maintaining interest. But like, I watched the OG, I read the manga and stuff. I'm looking into Stun and Gaze. Apparently there's a piece of code that makes you ineligible for some marked for murder effect in Orin fight when Stun and Gaze are feared. Wonder if that translated into Ball's Edict. Bit too complicated to figure out. Oh, that could be something. One of the first anime I ever watched was Gungrave, Cowboy Bebop, and Adult Swim and Toonami late at night. Cowboy Bebop on Toonami. Core memory, yeah. What do you mean can't reach? Why couldn't she reach it? Thought I clicked the wrong button, but no, she just decided she couldn't reach that. Use my last end of his pod here to make sure I don't get spotted.
Don't want to draw any attention. Never wanted the easy path.
No, I don't have Snowburst. I don't have Drake Throat Cold active on Nermisser. So we won't have that going. That's fine. Are dwarves also faster with hand crossbows? Let's see. Nope. Is anyone faster with these? Hey, Goldside. I've never really looked into hand crossbow animations. I've not watched 1000 Year Blood War, but when I do, I fully intend to just enjoy it because the manga got shut down overnight. They're doing a lot of expansions to the source material, which I think is very good. Like, creator-approved expansions. Will the out-of-combat Divine Strike go on both instances of the Rat Bat? No. It's just a damage rider, it's not a DRS. Or it's not a DRS-compatible damage rider either. So, like, it's not the Psionic Overload Hex category, it's like the Helldusk Gloves category. Still go Fem Dwarf because we have no reason not to, I suppose. We can go Baneful Striking here. Could be doing Purple Worm. If I unequip that, is that faster?
success ahead.
Killed that fast, huh? Ah, rolled a 1. I think I could run far enough for the combat to reset. That's just a bummer. I mean, they still can't get in. I have no damage riders, that does nothing. Fine, I'll just play it out. You have reverb, you have painful striking, you don't have pain. Okay, we got it. We get to enjoy peak. And switch painful striking out, I guess, now that I've stuck that. This allows my offhand to deal damage. I mean, if I hit. Lord and Hammer, both bad feats, man, just so I thought place came to senses lately. That's... like, what cope is that? Tried Narrow Slaying yet? Still curious about that from yesterday. Would be game-changing tech, be kind of neat. I believe I did, and it didn't go on both, but I'll find something to try that on out of combat today. Remind me after the fight. Getting low rolls on these purple worm toxins. Min roll 3 out of 10. Oh, ran out of time anyway. No reason to cloud kill now. Still just do Wyvern Toxin. You're doing my offhand shot, but it's not showing up in the combat log. It's not actually happening. It's weird. I don't know, cutting 3 damage or taking 23 feels like applying a band-aid to a severed head or something. That's probably their logic when, you know, these people don't realize, okay, but incremental increases in damage reduction all add up to a point where you can no longer take meaningful damage. I'm sure these are the same people who have never played Abjuration Wizard, so they don't know how good 3 damage reduction is. So once again, downplaying things they haven't used. But I really wish people weren't confidently stupid. Like, be embarrassed of being stupid for a change. Cam is bad. Let's look at this math. For the uninitiated, Heavy Armor Master gives you 3 damage reduction to all physical damage. That's slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning damage. As long as you're wearing heavy armor in your chest slot. And collectively, slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning make up the majority of damage in the game. So it's 3 damage reduction in your feet slot against the most common damage in the game. That is incredibly good. 3 damage reduction is not just 3 effective HP. It's 3 shaved off of every instance of compatible damage. And it stacks up with other damage reduction sources, and it works out very favorably with resistance and other methods of dividing damage, because resistance divides the damage before the reduction happens. This game rounds damage down. So, let's say someone is going to do 11 damage. If you just have, let's say, Adamantine Splint with Heavy Armor Master, that's 5 shaved off, so they can do 6 damage there. But if you also introduce resistance, let's say from Amulet of the Unworthy or Blade Ward, that 11 gets divided by 2 and then rounded down, so it goes from 11 to 5. And then look, Heavy Armor Master plus Adamantine Splint takes the damage from 5 to 0. You have reduced, by combining those things, you've reduced the incoming damage from 11 to 0. And that combination is a setup you can have at level 4 with no combats. Anyone who tells you Heavy Armor Master is a bad feat, discard all of their opinions. Forever. When you get hit with Fury of the Small, it cuts 6 just by itself. Was in the context of an Alchemist Bomber, I think, the alert and Ham. So, Ham is still good if you ever get into combat, and alert is still the most valuable feat in the game if you are ever getting into combat.
He seemed more lonely than cruel.
For Grenade Thrower, they're 100% the right feats. Like, what else would you even take as a Grenade Thrower, feat-wise? Dual Wielder, maybe? But, like, Rhapsody's light, so Rhapsody plus Sledboard is probably your Act 3. Like, sure, in Act 3 you're probably swapping off of Ham to Mutilated Carapace if you want to really max your damage, but explain the alert thing. Doesn't make sense.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
But if you get heavy armor proficiency from your class like fighter, do you still get the -3 damage to slashing, piercing, bludgeoning? So the -3 is from the feat. You can only take that feat if you have heavy armor proficiency. But you'll see myself and a lot of other people here will sometimes go out of our way to take one level in fighter or rogue or ranger in order to pick up that proficiency so that with our feat we can take heavy armor master for that benefit on other classes. It's very popular on rogues, very popular on monks in challenge running spaces because it massively increases their survivability and allows you to use things like the adamantine splint, and the adamantine splint is, in a majority of situations, the most desirable defensive armor in the game. ASI wisdom for medicine checks? Bro, what? Did they actually say that? Because, like, if you're doing that for your alchemist bomber, then, like, that's already an error, because why are you not playing an 11-1 fighter hexblade? You know, the objectively most optimal consumable user. The answer is because they don't know anything, but...
A couple turns should do it.
And I want to emphasize that it's okay to not know things. But what it's not okay to do is to walk around proclaiming things in an authoritative manner that are just the opposite of true. Like heavy armor master bad and alert bad. Just stupidity outright. It's stupidity.
Something over there.
Game mechanic question: if you have a total of 11 full caster class levels across different classes, you receive 6 level spell slots? Yes. Popular policy is to do that with making one of the levels wizards, so then you can still fill those. You can still actually use 6 level spells instead of being limited to only upcasting, because wizards can scribe based on their combined progression. Max up transmuter, ASI wisdom. Let's go, boys. Yep. Give up improved extra attack to get double crafts on things that you could just long rest and craft more of from vendors anyway. Yes. Sure. Best I can think of is not using heavy armor and using the adamantine medium one for damage reduction. That's 1 versus 2, and that impact is massive. That also means not using heavy armor master, so it's a question of 1 versus 5 against the physical, and 1 versus 2 against everything else. And that's a pretty big difference. Like, even if you are using medium armor, there's 2 medium armors that give you 2 damage reduction in Act 2, and then there's a clothing that gives you 2 damage reduction in Act 3. So unless you specifically need crit immunity in that slot and can't or don't want to use heavy armor, adamantine medium armor isn't anywhere near as desirable as adamantine heavy armor. What else could I fight? But 16 dex guarantees being first in 90% of the fights. The 90% where it matters the least. 16 dex doesn't even guarantee your safety in Act 1. Temporarily banned myself from using either adamantine armor, so use some of the other interesting items, wearing Dwarven Splint earlier, for example. Yeah, that could be a fun thought exercise. Because there's lots of good heavy armors in this game. It's just adamantine splint is chronologically like one of the first that you're getting, and it's also usually the most attractive option. So it's that awkward situation where Like people who want raw damage from their bow slot, you have 2 of your top 3 options inside of the first 2 hours of your playthrough if you want them. So it's like, why would I experiment? But we're all about experimentation. How's your head, by the way? We just went at least one person's in the same thing. It's a little bit better. It got dark outside, so it's more tolerable. I no longer feel like I might throw up, so that's an improvement. No complaints. Used Armor of Landfall briefly. Yeah, I think unfortunately, the most desirable thing about Armor of Landfall is that you get a cast of plant growth and not using it for its actual effect. It also gives you advantage on Constitution saves, if I remember correctly. So that's, like, good, but there are many armors that do that. Which is yet another reason why Warcaster is a bad feat, if we're talking about feats. Asterisk next to that, Warcaster kicks ass if you're a Storm Sorcerer. There's no real reason to take it on anything else, though. Is there a particular reason to do Tempest Cleric over, say, War Cleric? Trade simplifying to, yeah, Tempest is good. Tempest is a lot better than War in most situations because you have the same gear and weapon proficiencies. You have, if you're going higher level, you have a better Divine Strike, but if we're talking 1-level dips here, you have, both subclasses have good always prepared spells. You get a resourceless reaction you can use to do damage every turn on Tempest. And that is directly competing with War Priest charges, which are volatile. Leg, thank you for the 35 months. Good to see you, buddy. I appreciate you. War Cleric is probably the only way to have 2 full-fledged attacks in the Nautiloid for a whole 2 turns. How many key points does the Monk start with? Is it 1? Is it 2? It's Flurry of Blows.
Same as me. They wouldn't admit it.
The Absolute calls us all to her design. Your family will answer.
Debating if I want to, do this. Yeah, I guess I do.
I will not be slandered. The fact. Yes, you. Who's then?
Could find the speed potion on the Mind Flayer and have 3 turns of 2 attacks. That's true. You could find a smoke powder bomb on the Nautiloid and then throw it into a fire surface from high ground and do like 12 attacks worth of damage.
True. Make her passing slow, disciple Zorel. Be creative.
As the general.
And what do you have to contribute? But we are here to speak of Minthara, not you. A pity.
No.
Try again.
War Cleric stonks are dropping. Yeah, it's just like War Priest charges in an ideal setting, in a complete vacuum, which is where the sharpshooter at level 4 cultists like to live. It does allow you to get good action economy for a 1-level dip. As long as you're willing to long rest every single combat. And provided you never end up in a situation where you intend to click something with an action and War Priest charges are forcing you to use a bonus action, which is the thing that happens.
I'm sure the results will send a clear message to the troops on the importance of discipline.
Of course, my lord. Thank you. You heard the general. The goblins
It's a shame those charges don't like playing nice with extra attack. That's, again, something that doesn't get factored in the valuation of War Cleric. People are really not beating the not playing the game allegations. Like, it doesn't work. The entire reason why they think it's good doesn't work consistently.
The seat of the absolute
Gotta stop fighting paladins without crit immunity? Probably, yeah.
that cannot be killed. But his followers are flesh.
I'm on the wrong elixir right now.
We must learn
Switch back.
more about his power.
Wonder if corrosive flail from outside of combat with this divine strike shit would be saucy. Probably, right? I gotta try that on a group. Yeah, it's discontinuous as mentioning some recently popularized tech that allows you to get a lot more arcane ward stacks out of using a meta magic, but like even that is superfluous because remember, Abjuration Wizard at level 2 with no gear equipped, as long as you can cast your Blade Ward button, most goblins in Act 1 won't attack you anymore because they're like, oh, that's too tanky. Because 4 global DR plus resistance, their weapons, they're rolling D6 or D8 weapons most of the time, so they're just like, oh, well, I can't hurt you now. And that's just like Abjuration out of the box at level 2, and it gets even stronger than that. So yes, there's lots of tips and tricks you can do to get massive counts of Arcane Ward, but you never really need more than like 10 tops to kind of trivialize everything in the game. Just want to try the attack me receive damage build. Abjuration isn't good for that. I mean, it's something you can do on that, but something to keep in mind is a lot of damage retaliation effects do require you to successfully take damage, and Abjuration is too tanky to consistently successfully take damage. Like, whenever I run that kind of build, I try to hover at 2 damage reduction or less. Because that ensures that your Flesh Melter Cloak still works, that your Bone Spike Garb, which gives 2 damage reduction by itself, still works. Like, you want them to hit you and then take the damage. Abjuration is a different build. This needs to be publicized. What, the retaliation thing? I got a clip for this. Hang on. I showed this yesterday, day before. It's a clip of mine from 10 months ago. Thanks for digging it up, Say. Oh, of course, ad jail is starting right now, but still, showing it anyway. What are we looking for? I have it. So this is a Lore Bard retaliation build I did. The build, I want to say, was 9 Lore Bard. Or it might have been 12 pure at this point. But the point is I had no abjuration levels. Like, I see I have 6 level spellcasting, so pure caster levels, but not wizard. And here's Orin. I've debuffed her. She's got Contagion Flesh Rot, so she's vulnerable to damage. She's got Gaping Wounds, so she takes 2 more in each instance. Ah, here we go. 1 Sorcerer, 1 Cleric, 10 Bard. Notice I lowered my Dexterity. I was using a Transmog mod, but this is Bone Spike Garb, so my damage reduction is 2 from there. I have Swires of Sledboard on, so I may have some physical damage reduction. Yeah, I have 3. I have Potion of Invulnerability for resistance to all damage. I even blinded myself with Contagion to give enemies advantage. Unlikely to do much. And then I have 2 DR from Bone Spike Garb as well. You're not even going to do that. Okay. She's dead. Karlak killed Orin. Reviewing at home. Yeah, there's the clip in the chat. Now, this damage would not have happened if I had enough Arcane Ward to not take damage. Because you see this 18 damage Caustic Reprisal up here that also got 4 Necrotic, and then 6 Psychic, and then 4 Radiant. That wouldn't have occurred. This 22 Piercing that also got 4 Necrotic, 4 Psychic, 4 Radiant, that wouldn't have occurred because that's Bone Spike Garb. They need to successfully take damage for both of those effects. Another one that requires successful damage is the Iron Vine Shield, which I wasn't using here, but it's also good. So that's at least 3 of the core damage retaliation effects that you don't want to be too tanky for. So Abjuration can be harmful. Now, as long as you keep your Abjuration investment low, so your max Arcane Ward is low, it's fine. But look how I took 7 damage. That's because Orin has a very large set of damage die on Slay. So even with 5 DR and resistance to physical, I was still successfully taking 7 slashing damage. If I had been going in with, let's say, 7 stacks of Arcane Ward, then these 2 chunks of damage numbers wouldn't have happened. There's absolutely merit to doing a tank build. It's just a tank build is not necessarily a retaliation build because to optimize your retaliation damage, you need to actually be taking the damage. Message is getting it across. Yeah, like, it's people who don't want to be accurate. They're just writing fan fiction about the version of the game that they pretended to play and didn't actually play the game. This is not aimed at anyone here, by the way. It's just, like, frustrating when spaces like YouTube, Reddit, Larian Discord just kind of are divorced from reality and mechanics that they have not engaged with. So just take anything that comes out of those spaces with several grains of salt. This is not me saying that I am an infallible source of information, because no one source is. You met Gale? Yeah. Wizard's Made Oil for safety here makes sense. Ajor. Okay, we won.
I expected to be greeted as a hero, but the wretches imprisoned me.
You should shout Taste the Rainbow. What do you recommend for Wizard do with their bonus action? They can't get a Lithid Power as a bonus action from the Crush thing. Some people will use hand crossbows and shoot the hand crossbow in their offhand with their bonus action. Some people will dual wield melee weapons and swing their melee weapon in their offhand. You could use, if you have Hex from like a Warlock dip or Magic Initiate, that's a really good bonus action option you can use. Hunter's Mark from gear if you're doing weapon stuff, like Booming Blade, for example. Shove someone, jump somewhere, bonus action dash with click heals, refresh your weapon coding, heal yourself, swap elixirs. You've always got an option. Quick question for you. What's your take on why Bladesinger so bad? It's because everything pauses to do is done better by something else. The insane restrictions against it are a combo of both. I'm a fan of it in tabletop. BG3 versions wildly different. Trying to explain to a friend one of your sage wisdom. Sure, so Bladesinger is the worst subclass in Baldur's Gate 3 because everything it tries to do, it's at best okay at it relative to someone else being good at it. You have intense gear restrictions because if you want to remain compatible with Bladesong, you have to give up most weapons in the game. You just can't equip those. Like, you ever want to use Defender Flail or Marco Heshkir, you just can't. You can't do that if you want to Blade Sing. So a lot of your defensive and offensive options are out the window. Additionally, you are not allowed to equip... There's an asterisk next to this part. You're not allowed to equip any critical hit immunity gear until Act 3, because the only one that Bladesingers are compatible with is the Helldusk Helmet. That's in Act 3. So, until Act 3, where most people are, like, kind of checked out on their builds and runs, you can't be crit immune. Now, the asterisk is, with specific sequence, you can sometimes trick the game into temporarily allowing you to use the Grimskull Helm. Sometimes. But the other thing is, let's look at what you actually get from Blade Singing. You get an utterly mediocre amount of armor class. Armor class is not only the worst defensive stat in this game, but the amount that you get for giving up all of the good defensive gear that you could be using in order to Blade Sing instead, the amount that you get isn't even more than the amount you gave up. You are giving up having comparable or higher armor class, but then you're also giving up critical hit immunity, damage reduction, other utility effects. You are just getting weaker for no tangible gain. Also, Bladesinger is, let's say, stat confused, because if you actually want to do casting stuff, you may want Int. You're a wizard who's not allowed to wear damage reduction gear, most of it anyway, or crit immunity, so you want Constitution, because you need HP to survive the inevitable crit that's going to threaten to one-shot you back to the Nautiloid. But Dexterity is still the most important stat in the game, and if you're running around unarmored or in light armor, you don't have a cap on your Dex limit, so you want to pump that Dex. If AC is the only defensive thing you have outside of your HP, you may as well have as much as you can. But then Strength is always a good stat to have, and if you're swinging around weapons with Booming Blade, something that people posit to like on Bladesinger, well, you need to either scale that off of your Strength or your Dex, or you need to get one of the two weapons in the game that innately scale off of your casting stat, or you need to multi-class or take a feat outside of Wizard to get Shillelagh, and then use the weapons that you're not allowed to Blade Sing with anyway. So you can't even do that. As Jorah said, yes, you can omit Blade Singing and just wear the gear you're not compatible with in order to be a wizard with extra attack, but the problem with doing that is you are now worse in that role than any other full caster with extra attack. Because Swords Bard and Valor Bard can also do that. They get extra attack at the same level, and they just have better features overall, and you can even multi-class other classes with a level of wizard to get all of the wizard perks you would want while doing everything Bladesinger could do, but better. If you want to be an extra attack user with Booming Blade, that's already Warlock, but you could also just do a multi-class of Bard and Sorcerer and just do that Booming Blade, Shadow Blade, extra attack, you can just do that. And if that Bard Sorcerer combination then also takes a Wizard level, you can then scribe all the Wizard spells that you would have wanted and do literally everything that a Bladesinger would do, but while not having your gear restricted to some of the least desirable options in the game. Like, from no angle is Bladesinger desirable at any level of the game. Or just High Elf Bard to get Booming Blade, yeah. It isn't good at anything. And you'll see some people posting screenshots where they're like, wow, look, I got 32 AC. Okay, you have as much AC as a level 1 fighter can have in Act 1. That level 1 fighter also has critical hit immunity and damage reduction. What are we doing? Bladesinger's a dumpster fire.
I will pretend the lead.
Did a Bladesinger run specifically because I wanted extra attack and Arcane Gate? It's the only way to get both outside of that very specific scenarios. For the lulls anyway, hard to justify. Yes, there's that. If you want the very specific Arcane Gate spell that requires you being having 6 level spells, you can go Bladesinger for that. Although, let me look at that real quick. Let me check something before I talk out of my butt. Warlocks don't get that, right? Oh, no, Warlocks get it. Never mind. Warlocks could have done that better, Jor. I was right. Warlocks can get Arcane Gate at level 11. So... I had to do a quick fact check on that because, you know, I want to make sure that I'm being accurate here. That Tweedledum said in the chat as I was looking it up. Side note, still viable, you beat the game with it if that's what you want to play. Right, the correct decision is always going to be the class that you find to be the most engaging and enjoyable for you. This rant is mostly because Tweedledum asked for my reasoning on why I rank Bladesinger as the worst class in Baldur's Gate 3. And also it's from the perspective of someone who has done a lot of runs, including level 1 runs. All sorts of runs with restrictions, with all sorts of different classes. And Bladesinger offers nothing.
The artifact can the prison. Her mind.
There is much we must discuss. Do you have...
Yeah, Hellbound 1 did a no consumables Bladesinger, and mentioned that got a lot of value out of a Bladesong Climax in the context of no consumables, because it's a heal. Now, that's not how I would do it if I were to do that, but that's the beauty of this game. You do not have to play how everyone else says you have to play. You only have to play how you want to play. Oh, I didn't know that channel was you, Tor. If you wanna plug your shit real quick, you got a green light. I hadn't made that connection.
First step is the hardest.
Here's a channel. Everybody go drop a sub. Call him BBW. Should I call her? Hey JD. No? Oh. But Date, hear me out. Miss. Okay. She is my queen. I do want it. Are you kidding me? Alright, rip pass without trace. That's a great emote, Spellman. Okay, there's a video that starts with Tavern Brawler Wizard. Yeah, I like it. You have Hellish Rebuke. Are you willing to do it? I have fire resistance from there. Just pondering if I need to worry about lightning rust. Let's do it anyway.
I don't need any attention right now.
Pass without trace would have saved me. I forgot the guidance. It's a skill issue.
Have them ready. Hope your soul is in good hands. What's inside?
Never punished. Sometimes punished. It's even a Blade Singer, that's why I never asked to plug a channel. Didn't want quite to know I was promoting a Blade Singer. See, that's the beauty of having a space where we can have a bunch of us turbo nerds who have differing opinions on interactions, value of mechanics, but are all operating from the angle of we've actually played the game and are approaching the conversation with intellectual honesty. I am happy to have different perspectives from people in terms of, like, I would probably rather just do some insanely unfun run than play a Blade Singer or build craft around one. So people can go to you for that, and that's cool. The other day, Say and I were disagreeing about the value of cleric classes comparatively, and like that's, I don't think anybody has played more cleric than probably the two of us. Him more than me. To be fair, the final conclusion I made was that Valor Bard do 90% what the character can do, but better, besides Arcane Gate. Yeah, between Valor Bard and Warlock, and then also multi-classes, it's just like your entire shine gets stolen. Switch back to Bloodlust here. This can be a risky ring situation. Bloodhell-esque. Even when I go pure class, quite often go, maybe just a quick 1-level cleric dip for proficiencies and spells, maybe 2 levels. Cleric's one of those classes that just has a ton of value across its entire level curve. Like, you have an insanely good level 1 dip, a lot of the subclasses have a really good level 2. Level 3 is your 2nd level spellcasting, which is very good. Level 4 is a feat like with everyone else. Level 5 is your level 3 spellcasting and Destroy Undead. Level 6 is your 2nd channel divinity charge. Level 7 is freedom of movement. Level 8 is 2nd feat and, for most of the domains, divine strike. Level 9 is 5th level spells, including contagion and flame strike. Destructive wave is 5th level. And then level 10 is divine intervention. Level 11 is 6th level spellcasting, including Hero's Feast and Planar Ally. And then level 12 is just defeat, like everyone else. Some classes get stuff at 12. Cleric doesn't get anything specific, but still good.
I have something to ask.
Let's put that on you.
Premium trinkets and doodahs.
Keep forgetting to actually do this. Do it now.
Oh, you're all right. Thank goodness. I was worried they got you too.
To discover the variant of the run, if you use returning weapons to turn Blade Song impeded on and off again while already blade singing, you get the +10 bonus movement back even if you already spent it. Oh, it's like Nyrolna then. That's pretty cool. Because Nyrolna does that by itself. If you've already expended the extra movement, you do get it back.
He said he stayed in the grove because of you. Calumny. How do you do it? How? If they're not dead, just...
Don't be shy. Have a gander.
Ooh, I didn't save a necrotic res elixir. Wait, did I? Right, I picked up one in Rosie Moore. I must have picked some up somewhere else too.
Better than nothing.
Well then Valor Barb's Nyrolna can do that better too.
Didn't save your ragged little tail from the
It's okay to have fun with something that objectively just has less value. The thing that gets me heated is people pretending that it has more value than it does. Nobody here is doing that, but it's really annoying hearing someone talk about how Bladesinger's so OP. It's like, but it's actually just shit.
If you hadn't fit you.
Last night's best bargains right here.
That should work.
Spend extra movement on Alfira. You need help? Like, just support, maybe? Or you got it.
Is that Roland? I thought he had better sense than this.
God damn it all! Instead, I found myself cornered.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Clementine! Yeah, we saved Roland Poppy. I even put on Risky Ring for accuracy for that. +1 stealth and a shield? I don't know if that's worth more than having the additional minus crit, but Maybe I'll try to keep it around. Yummy, I agree. Remember when I stepped away from BG3 for like 3 to 4 months, and then they added a new subclass, came back, so like, ooh, Bladesinger fun. Spoiler, it was not fun. Like, again, I don't understand why. Well, I do understand why. I just hate that it happened. They nerfed it from stress tests. They nerfed Bladesinger. You used to be able to take dual wielder and then put Bladesong incompatible weapons in your offhand, and it was fine as long as your main hand was still compliant. But the reason why they did this is because the so-called stress testers didn't do shit. They instead spread misinfo about how Booming Blade works, hyper-fixated on DRS Giant Barb, downplayed Arcane Archer, downplayed Swashbuckler, didn't test any of the litany of bugs, oversights, and weird choices of Bladesinger, but still glazed it, called it good. Didn't test Stars Druid at all for bugs. Put no effort into mechanically understanding anything about Hexblade or Shadow Sorcerer.
After their lives were spent. But who did they say?
Like, it was just curated early access, pretending to be a stress test.
What's in here?
So certain people could have a month-long head start on content creation. I just really dislike the pretense that was anything other than that, because they didn't test shit. Is Giant Barb stronger in testing the release? No, Giant Barb remained the same from release and testing. It's just, it caught a hotfix nerf a week or two after release. Elemental Cleaver used to be a DRS in Honor Mode. Larian deemed that too strong, and they knocked it down to just a regular damage rider, where it's still overpowered because of everything it does. I should get Pass Without Trace back, right? I don't understand the weapon restrictions. Bladesinger gets tabletop version doesn't have weapon restrictions other than you can't use a two-handed weapon. I don't know why they implemented it the way they did. Clearly, nobody actually tried it to give that feedback. And if anything, they said that it should be more restricted because, again, Larian nerfed it.
It doesn't. They broke my
Balance
mind.
Booming Blade being extra stacked. Booming Blade went through at least 3 iterations in that stress test window, because, as I said, there were big creators running around into channels that had, you know, that didn't have access, bragging about their Booming Blade one-shots of bosses that they weren't even doing well. Because they had no mechanical understanding of how Booming Blade works. And were running around spreading completely asinine takes like, Eldritch Knight is finally viable because of Booming Blade. Yeah, okay.
We must eradicate them. Swear that you will keep. Rest well. And You wish to consult me? A mistake. When you.
No way people said that? Yep. People with significant followings said that.
More for me.
I don't get why Giant Barb can't kick half the stuff in the game. It's because they made the kick, like, based off of the shove, rather than it being its own thing, so it's subject to, like, all of the rules that shoves are, basically. So yeah, you should absolutely be able to kick a door in, but because you can't shove a door, you can't do that. Want to hit level 9 before we go into the gauntlet. First Honorable Clear's Gloomstalker, mine too, and a lot of other people's. Opting for something that's very simple and thus gives you much more slack when playing for your first auto run absolutely makes sense. And for runs after that. You don't need to feel bad about your class choices ever. I think the hook horrors are still alive. I think people would try to play EK like it's a wizard or playing straight up dumb. Ooh, you only get two. You only get level 2 spell slots so bad. Basically me when I started playing the game. I don't understand the thought process behind Eldritch Knight Bad because it could only... For me, it has to be one of those things where they not only didn't play it, but they didn't read the features. Oh, I forgot to equip Ring of Shadows. We gotta do another cycle here. Oopsie. It's my one and only complaint with Giant Barb. What, you can't kick a lot of things? Yeah, that's valid. I think sometimes also just not understanding features and mechanics. I mean, sometimes, Poppy, but I think you're being charitable because it'll be like not knowing that some features exist because they legit just didn't look at the high-level features. Like, Eldritch Knight down players haven't... They don't even know about Eldritch Inertia, much less... I was hoping they wouldn't see me right away, but I forgot to be in this. Like, they don't know about Eldritch Inertia at all, much less knowing that it is better than the description. Like, they don't even know it by its description. So, it's orders of magnitude of, like, no, you didn't even put in an effort here. Same people who don't see any value in investing Rogue other than a dip for subclass, it's because they don't bother to read that sneak attack goes up on odd number levels. They don't know that uncanny dodge exists. They haven't read what evasion does, so they don't know it exists on monk either. They don't know about reliable talent. They don't know about the extra feat. Like, people who just don't engage with the thing, but then speak as if they have. Gives disadvantage on spells and effects. All saving throws. All saving throws. You stick Eldritch Inertia to someone, they have disadvantage on all saving throws. So it's significantly better than what it says it does. But once again, I don't think that's relevant to the discussion if the people who are downplaying the class that it's on don't even know the feature exists, much less that it's better than it says it is. It's that intellectual dishonesty I complain about all the time. Prediction? What am I predicting? You good, Sora? Can Divination Wizard dice be used in dialogue? Do you want me to refund those points? I can do that. Hang on. No? Oh. I was planning my build out on a spreadsheet with equipment before I start playing. I'd like to plan ahead. Like, I assume people do that as well. You're being charitable. We'll say, though, in a few fringe cases, you kind of blame the game for lying to you about the features doing reading. Oh, absolutely. I think they could do a lot. They could do an entire, like, update to clarify descriptions. I don't even mean, like, changing effects. I mean, just, like, make the descriptions match what the things actually do. Reminds me of a video idea. I had BG3 most misleading tool tips tier list. That could be funny. Bedtime? Good night, Sora. Where are the other ones? Oh, there you are. Ah, there you are.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
The first one? Rolling ones be like, keep rolling, rolling, rolling.
I'm coming for you.
Yeah, you destroy that rotten fish. I eat rat bat, didn't know it was good until I started watching your stream. Not sure where Dustin came from. It's okay, you got excited. I understand. Sure. Well, that would have been funny. There's a world in which I die by doing this. Well, let's see. Okay. Wasn't sure if you'd be able to move or not. Doesn't Cat's Grace give advantage? Yes, but something that that Jor mentioned is stealth checks to avoid getting in combat seem to always be rolled at disadvantage, so the best you can do is make it neutral by having a source of advantage. So, this is the singular halfling use case. And I still think that it's not worth it. Rogue is still just better at a level 11. Yeah.
All right, time to skunk about. These boots have
Roaring Thunder arrows are not consistent, but I forced him to roll a 0. So. Ability drain wisdom with Shillelagh. What are you thinking? Lowering their perception? This also means that Warlock should go crazy with stealth because you can just hex wisdom. Right? Like, surely that's something. 11 levels of Swashbuckler go so hard. Yeah, 11 levels of Swash is the fully realized version of this concept. I'm just doing it Cleric flavor because I think it's fun.
Light on my feet.
Could you produce Flame to drain Wisdom too? Yeah, produce Flame is always Wisdom. So, yeah, you could just produce Flame on anyone. I guess the problem with that is, it's very short range. But, like, so is Shillelagh bonking, so...
Moving in. Let's have a look. Bet that will fit in my bag.
Arcane Trickster might be better than Swash, so you could equip Ballast Armor on Mage Hand. That's a pretty compelling argument. That's a pretty compelling argument, I must say. So Insect Plague is disadvantage on perception, could be interesting to try with Stealth Cleric. Ooh, that's another reason to go for a 5th level. Like, that seems like that synergizes pretty well naturally with Snowburst, too, because I could just keep them in the bugs for longer. Does blindness do that too? Hang on. Like the blindness spell? With Ham, you could probably dance with him inside the plague, yeah? Lost the body, priestess got, now my plans get Shield of Faith buff by reviving something with the Sword of Tear. How does that work? So... you want someone to cast Shield of Faith on you from that sword? That's something that I've not really delved too much into, Wooden Beam. You need to find someone who's willing to equip the sword and then willing to cast from that. Then you need to make it so that you are the most appealing target, which usually requires you putting a cast of Shield of Faith from your spellbook on them so that they can't target themselves. It's a lot easier to pull off at Act 3 because there's 2 NPCs that just have Shield of Faith in their spellbook, so you don't need to do the step of them equipping the sword. Also, the sword has a prolonged rest cooldown, so if they use it on the wrong target, then, like, I think you're just out of luck. Check my spellbook. Do I know blindness? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Be cool if it did, though. I always forget which spellbook's blindness is on. I think of, like, Spores gets it always prepared. Then I think of Wizard first, because the run where I first started actually liking blindness was, I was playing a Wizard, using it for my Wizard spellbook, just being like, hey, you know, my spell save DC isn't fantastic, but if I just send four uses of it at you at once with one action, you're going blind. What else could I fight in this map? I could probably do this to Boulette, but it would be kind of a pain in the ass. Do I dare? I don't have Dimension scrolls to check if I'm pro-immune right now. I do think blindness substitutes for darkness fog though, right? It depends. There's actually like a couple different blind conditions. And I don't know how each of them interacts with, like, for lack of a better term, perception distance. So, like, for example, the blindness from contagion, it doesn't have the range reduction thing. So, like, you can still just target someone at your full max range. You're just doing it at disadvantage. But, like, regular spell blindness, you just, your range is reduced too, and you have disadvantage. So, I don't really know the intricacies there. Like how stunned isn't always stunned, poisoned is always poisoned, yeah. No Dark Vision run ended with Near because I failed to prep properly. My only case slays all O-code my ranger. Oh, sorry, Leaky. Oh, I know why you didn't refresh. That's okay. I could probably just long rest, right? Do I need to do more right now? I forgot to pick up that last double foil mask. Trying to get 3.3k in this map. I don't want to long rest in this map because then Scalaritus will show up and annoy me. Other condition weirdness like that. Burning isn't always burning. Scleritus XP? I think he's 15 or 20 XP, if I remember right. Is it true burning makes you immune to lava? I've never tested that. I don't think so. I feel like I've been burning from a method and then accidentally stepped in lava, but I could have just made that up.
Never wanted the easy path.
I think this is another oil of combustion situation. Need invis bots too. You think the lava would from the fire, but this game you never know. Worth looking into. Elting's derived from burning, doesn't have anything that differentiates its stack ID, so it's plausible. So I guess the most interesting thing you could do there is a flammable slime bomb for the longer burn. Give yourself... But that one's 5 turns, right? Yeah, 5 turns.
Just out of view.
Extended booming blade, a slime bomb at your feet, 10 turn burning, just hang out in lava. That would be a really funny Grim strat, actually. Failed fast. Another crit fail. Game's trying to convince me to play Halfling, and I'm not having it. Debating if I need Blade Ward on right now. Not if I do this. Have the same experience my trickery run. This crit fails at the bane of stealth. Like, I'm happy to give Halfling its shine in this instance. I would absolutely hate the lack of movement speed, though. That would probably really push me towards either that magic initiate shitpost or ritual caster, just to pick up Longstrider. Or maybe I would just live in double Crusher's rings for a while. Shorten stride pains me. It's just so bad. Set fire to ask, turn off lightning and cold. Yeah, like that. Down to 1. Ahoy, Captain. Surprised you lived that. I think I've broken concentration on the first hit every time. Now, I am running around with 8 con without advantage. It's fully my fault. I'm still gonna choose to be tilted about it and pretend it's not my fault. Give a Totodile. Oh, I just saw that. That's so cool.
Don't waste a step. I'll take that.
Like, yeah, I think if you do the rogue version of this build, you just suffer through the ones until level 11, and then you reign supreme. If you do anything other than the rogue version, Halfling has a strong use case. It's just your movement is going to be exceptionally shit. You'll also need to keep Dark Vision scrolls on hand, or class accordingly. DC turned. Fucking hell. Intellectually, I know that this HP is fine to survive with the guiding bolts, but, like, these things still terrify me. Like, it's a saving throw guiding bolt, rather than an attack roll one, so it really can't do more than 42, but I'm still scared of it. So I always survival instinct before I click a guiding bolt trap. I haven't done any oil freezing yet. Found a window to do that. Belly Glimmer isn't stackable, so I'm kind of less enthused about that. Purple Worm. I'd like to hit level 9 today. It's only been 7 hours. I'm just starting to feel a little eepy. I once again did not get good sleep.
Better not be cursed.
We could do portal defense, I suppose. I could just drop a Sleet Storm. Now makes sense, because I'm not concentrating on Pass Without Trace. Could use Gandrel's bow with many target arrows. That'll be fun. Are you going back here to read this note? For the Investigate the Selûnite Resistance quest, it's one of those quests that you have to go through the steps in order to get the full XP. So if you read that note in the Mason's Guild, well, that ends the quest. You need to make sure you read the note under Last Light first. There's a few quests like that in the game. That's one of the big offenders. Here. Painful striking makes sense. Make them slip on the Sleet Storm. Cloak protection for con saves. I could go Fire Acuity. No. Arcane Acuity. Adamantine Shield. Don't need to do Eversight. Thinking. Mental inhibition requires direct action. So it's not really the vibe here. Guess we just do that. Do I have a Sleet Storm scroll for redundancy? I don't. I have an elixir. Do I have a Bloodlust to switch back to? Yeah, alright. Let's use some cultivation elixirs to refill spell slots. It's your organization process with items and companion character inventories. I usually send items that I may use to Shadowheart because she's most frequently first on the list. I send items that I need to craft or transfer to someone else's inventory to Astarion because he's most commonly second or third on the list. And once Shadowheart's weight limit becomes a problem, I start sending stuff to Lae'zel. If there's any one-off very heavy thing, I send it to Karlach. I have Gale hold any books that are relevant to his inspo background, unless I've forgotten to transfer them from Astarion. Like now. If carry weight on companions continues to be a problem, I start sending consumables to Will. There's no real rhyme or reason to a lot of these things, it's just rhythms I've gotten into. Let's go with 1, then 2, back to 1. Bloodlust. Refilled a few slots there. Done some more Stunning Gaze. They can confirm Death's Head won't Stunning Gaze you 2 turns in a row. Being stunned by them gives you status, prevents you from being a valid target for 2 turns. Also seems they won't Stunning Gaze you if you already have Ball's Edict. Sounds like a good reason to lose initiative there. So you would want to lose initiative to the Boon of Ball, so you get Ball's Edict on you before your turn, and then you don't get hit with Stunning Gaze. I kind of prefer having the extra turn with which to prevent Ball's Edict happening, but yeah, we'd already kind of known about the
Ah, you found your way. That is, you'll need it.
You can't get stunned
Brilliant retort will aid you.
twice in a row thing. But the Ball's Edict thing is mildly interesting.
I'm sure you would.
Get Edict, then they make their turn, can't stun, that's our turn, but I'm making a joke. Yeah. It's probably useful information for like a full party player who doesn't have the knowledge of action economy that we do. Because then you can afford to just kind of let one of them run around if the situation calls for it. Stinking Cloud obscured. Does anybody know the obscurity level of Stinking Cloud? Is it like Fog? Because that could be funny. I'm not gonna sell that. Just because I want to test that. Fog, if I recall correctly. Might be something to that. Reviving Ender says casting spells is blocked, can't use him to give Shield of Faith, also can't cast Thunder Smite, can't cast Divine Smite. Yeah, Divine Smite isn't a spell.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stock.
So that makes sense. Spore Servants can't use spells unless those spells are also class actions. So like Priestess Guts Shield of Faith is unique. It's not regular Shield of Faith. You know that because it's not concentration, but also she can do it while she's a Spore Servant. So you can't have a Spore Servant cast any spell unless it's something like unique to them. And once again, Divine Smite consumes a spell slot, but is not a spell.
Just about.
Too dark to tell.
Just about. Stock up while you can. I only hope I brought enough to see us through.
1 gold shy here. Here, have some rotten cheese. So yeah, if Stinking Cloud is a Fog Cloud level, then there's a world where I run around with Poison Res Elixir on. And use Fog Cloud, use Stinking Cloud instead of Fog Cloud. with the intent that if an enemy runs in to try to, like, look for me, they're probably just gonna get nauseous and lose their actions, which would be beneficial if combat started. I guess that would also be pretty cool on a... If you did that in a land druid flavored version of the build or a monk flavored version of the build, you could just be immune without the elixir. If you did it on a barbarian version of the build, you could run Aspect of the Tiger and get accuracy against the nauseated enemies, because that's status group poisoned. I remember Napstar got a lot of good use out of
Check it out.
Stinking Cloud on his poo knife run.
Put me in charge. What do you need?
And it's something I still have not really explored myself.
Premium trinkets and doodahs.
This is no physical ail.
Nice job, cameraman.
Do you know him?
Did he throw the knife? Sometimes, but the rule set was any damage he did had to be a result of the poo scraper. So, like, he could stab a bomb with it, but he'd have to, like, stab the bomb. He could have damage riders on it, but, like, everything had to originate from the poo scraper if it was damage. Which I think is a really cool way of crafting that rule.
But with the Oak Father's blessing,
Last night's best bargains right here.
me.
Neat. Sorry, I missed the rant redeem, JD. Do you have a topic in mind? I just saw that now. Sorry, I'm 4 minutes late.
I don't. I do. That's why we're still standing around.
Talking Napstar F? Yep. Intentionally avoided even using Merkel's Call of the Damned to kill Necromites. It was very much like, damage has to be a result of the poo scraper. Which I don't know if I'd necessarily run it like that, but I really like how that structured that run.
What's that?
Death won't take me yet.
Wiener run, damage must originate from a salami. You would truly not believe me if I told you how many times people have said that in this chat. You probably would. It's a lot. Enough that there's a command, as you can see. A fireball only? Man, you really took me calling fireball a shit spell personally, didn't you?
victims of the Shadow Curse. At least they were afforded a burial.
Maybe you're right. Training sword run is more fun than salami run? Yeah, because training sword has, like, actual unique properties. For those who don't know, training sword is not a joke item. It is the only finesse bludgeoning weapon in the vanilla game. So if you want a bludgeoning damage sneak attack, it is your one-stop shop. I can plant growth too if I'm feeling nasty.
You're here. Good. Very well. I need you to stay good. Get ready.
Missions. Caustic brine thing is experimental. I've never actually done this here before, but I figured good way of achieving that. Miss is devastating there. That was a one with advantage. Because of course it was, you know? The Reddit review, you have to watch one of us attempt an auto-run critique without us being able to hear you. Seems, I don't know, mean-spirited. That's why I put Scratch there, by the way, in the eventuality of that Wraith surviving.
Halsin better get back soon. Tormento.
Psionic Overload is tempting, but given my con saves... Sure, man. Laughs and Halfling. No, we were talking about it. I don't know if you're here, Chris, but like for this build, Halfling ultimately does make sense just because of the mechanics of how stealth works, and that would have a byproduct of like being relevant to other things too. Oh, it fell down and lost the Shadow Curse. Is it mean-spirited for signing up for the critique though? No, but like I wouldn't feel good being overly critical of someone like that.
Some must have fallen to the curse.
Still believe Halfling Swordsbard is a good choice for my first honor run. A good choice for your first honor run is whatever you feel comfortable with. Even if it is an objectively worse choice from an optimization perspective, that doesn't matter as long as you're comfortable. Have to set that back up. That's okay. There goes the plant growth. I truly don't care if Halson lives or dies here. Not used for the shorty? Yeah, mechanically, stealth checks to avoid getting in combat seem to always be rolled at disadvantage, so the best you can do is make that neutral by having a source of advantage, which means Halfling would actually be actionable, because otherwise getting an additional reroll isn't possible. Honor mode introduced 2 years ago yet? I think it's 2 years in like a week. Say remembers the date. I don't. One of the hardest things I found moving from WoW, playing for 15 plus years to BG3 is letting go of what is the best. I maintain that in no theory crafting environment is best a thing without context. Even in settings where there's like leaderboards and stuff, there's still context. Gamers as a whole are very eager to easily put things in categories, but things worth doing are not that simple. September 5th, 2024 was on a release? No, it wasn't. It was November of 2023. I just don't remember which day in November. If I had the spell slot, I guess Grasping Vine would make sense here. Felt weird to say. November 30th, thank you. Sleet Storm with high arcane acuity and good spell save DC even before that. DC 24 currently, and they're rolling at disadvantage because they're Shadow Cursed. No idea why 2024 date came up when I was searching for that. I mean, they've added additional mechanics to Honor Mode in a couple updates. Like, not everything that has a legendary action now had one when Honor Mode first came out. I just wanted to finally land an Undead Slaying on a Wraith. I have no damage outgoing right now. We can Sanctuary. Just to make sure my concentration's protected. I don't think the archers have a line on me, but... That one lost the Shadow Curse, died to the Shadow Curse, survived, re-Shadow Cursed. Wonder how much that can loop. Patch 7 is the last patch they added, finishing adding extra stuff to Honor Mode for September last year. Yeah, even in patch 8 they did make changes to certain enemies, but I think they made all of those Tactician and higher.
No.
Like, they gave Balthazar shield on... I think it's Tactician Plus. And that was in patch 8. So, yeah, as far as I know, any Honor Mode specific things, aside from on-the-spot balance tweaks, like post-patch 8, them changing Elemental Cleaver logic so that it went from Tactician DRS to Honor Mode Damage Rider. Long-winded way of saying Super's right. Okay, now here's an Ascended shitpost. Do we think I can get tanky enough to survive doing stealth attacks on the Night Dome for the Oliver fight? Like, maybe I just wait till level 9 and I just try to roll good on stealth in a globe? That seems appropriately, silly. They have dialogues, a legendary action patch 8. Oh, that's true. The impatience debuff. The Dome cares about stealth? No. The idea behind needing stealth there is I want to shoot the Dome without Oliver seeing me. So I need stealth for Oliver. But I can't concentrate on Pass Without Trace and Globe at the same time. So either I'd have to have a decent failure rate on my stealth while maintaining Globe, or I do Pass Without Trace, but then I have to be tanky enough not only to not die, but then also to not lose my concentration on Pass Without Trace anyway. So I do think the ultimate answer is just hit level 9 and use a Globe for that, if I'm gonna meme. Oh yeah, let's fix Karlach before I keep forgetting. I could just keep forgetting, it doesn't do anything. But like,
Maybe it'll bring us closer.
make Big Lady happy.
Soldier.
Graven Guard's still alive, you reckon? He better be, or I'm a dead man walking.
I could Death Ward and do without Globe.
Well,
If I had enough
two
spell
things.
slots, I could just keep refreshing Death Ward and healing.
Bad news. Hang on.
Yeah, sure.
Only one way to find out.
This is not how you talk to short people, by the way. You lift them up.
Thank you.
You like nibbling on her ear or something?
I can't believe it. Thank you, Damon.
I won't stop trying to figure.
Want uppies from Carly?
This is the
Yeah.
so happy for me too.
Yeah.
Hey, soldier.
Yeah.
Sounds bored.
Don't we all? Forgot I didn't actually finish the prison break. I can do that.
I'm not worried. I never learned the words.
Yes, you did. She gives them to you fully formed. You hear?
Carly can wear me as a hat. I'll do you one better. Carly can wear me as a glove.
I know. And I'll be right alongside you if it comes to that.
Why don't you and Zevlor take a long walk off a short cliff? If you're not at the... No. Whatever.
I didn't give him a amusing weapon this time. Okay, I applied Baneful Strike to that wall. Or do those two think you betrayed them right away? Because they see you walking around in Moonrise unrestrained. And they think that Zevlor sold them out. And you were tight with Zevlor. They're nice for you if you get arrested and talk to them in the cells. Yeah, I didn't know that.
My plan for
Always
now is
learning.
to hide out on the water.
I still gotta relearn how to get the Harper Arthas XP. I just haven't been bothering. Okores have blind sight. So we're gonna go with Smuggler's Ring here. Struggling to do the answer fight cleanly. Any tips or playthroughs I can watch? If you have a monk or a rogue, the level 7 feature evasion makes it so dexterity saving throws, or more accurately, explosions, but they're predominantly dex saves, such as Answer's breath weapon. If you save against them, you take no damage. If you fail against them, you take half damage. That means his breath weapon is doing at most half damage. Make sure you get lightning resistance. He will neutralize the lightning res with a rain. a little into the fight, but it's still important to have lightning rest. Also, you can use evasion and uncanny dodge in the same hit, so rogues can be, before the rain phase starts, taking less than 1/8 the damage. Or 0 damage, depending on what we're talking about. But rogues and monks can even just, like, if you have enough HP, face tank the room-wide Nova, because it's classified as a dex save that you're not allowed to pass, which means evasion still cuts it in half. So it can do up to 180 damage, meaning a monk with 91 HP, as long as they're not lightning vuln, is just guaranteed to survive. And a rogue has uncanny dodge on top of that. So the way that works out, assuming you had no damage reduction gear on, and answer max rolls 180, evasion cuts it to 90, uncanny dodge cuts it to 45. So a rogue only needs 46 HP to survive that. Even less than my 8 con level 8 wizard, or excuse me, cleric has. So I'm getting 15 extra HP by 8, but like, lol. You send a Saurian, bite Karlach, and you save her before you turn to hell. I ascended Astarion can't bite Karlach, but if you are playing as Origin Astarion and you are romancing Karlach and you want to go with her to hell, yes, ascending lets you do that.
Better be cautious.
Thank you, those are helpful tips. Of course, Black.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Never wanted the easy path.
It's definitely insight going, right? What are you asking? Got the surprise round, honestly. Give me a do-over.
Best be on my way.
Thunderbound King worth it over things like Corallin's Grace or Cacophony for Shadow Monk? Just got it. Depends on what you're doing. None of those items do remotely the same thing. So, like, what do you want your weapon to do? It's like a fork versus spoon situation. Define better. What's the task?
Light on my feet.
Maybe we'll try this. I don't think it matters because they have blind sight, but...
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. On my way. Didn't want to draw any attention.
Oh. It would have worked. I just rolled a 1 on my stealth.
Time to press ahead.
It'd be like that sometimes. Thank you for the answer. I think you play a star in Romance Karlach. Bite her? No, you cannot bite her. Like I just told you, you cannot bite her. It does not work. You don't need to bite her either. But you cannot bite her. It's not a thing that the game allows you to do. Assassinate high priority targets, then Underbound King would fit that bill the best of those options. Okay, but can Ascended Karlach bite Astarion? I think I've read that fanfic. Curious if you can bite her just to get the buff, though? Nope. You cannot bite Karlach or Gale. If you bite Gale, you get poisoned, and you don't get the buff. If you bite Karlach, you get lit on fire, and you don't get the buff. I don't know that I've ever done a Gale run romancing Ascended Astarion. I don't know if the no-bite Gale thing applies for plot in Act 3. Now I'm curious about it. Maybe that's a run I gotta do. Fighting Gale is like Araj a bit. Yeah. You can also see this play out if you're playing as Origin Karlach or Gale, and you get the Bite Knight scene. It's like you're not in danger because he can't do it. He'll try, and then it won't go well. Hey, Mustard. Big Who is the larger piece of shit energy happening in that? Yeah. Yeah, I want to do that now. Gotta figure out a build for another Gale run. Maybe that'll be next.
What is this place?
An illithid oubliette. Right beneath the towers. A colony must be close. That must be where the tadpoles are coming from.
Oh yeah, on the subject of Answer again, because Gale reminded me. Origin Gale gets this item called the Ring of Evasion. It's exclusive to Origin Gale. Tara shows up and gives it to you in a long rest in Act 1. Ring of Evasion, as long as you keep your reaction free, you can use it on every single dex save. Costs your reaction point, but nothing else, to automatically pass. So what this means is if you're fighting Answer, and you're playing a class that has Evasion, and you are wearing the Ring of Evasion, you could just burn a reaction point to take no damage.
No way through from here, though.
You could be doing that with Duelist Prerogative equipped, so you have 2 reaction points, so you can just twice be like, actually, I took nothing. Twice per turn. It is incredibly funny.
Let's see.
That over here first. Random thought, is there XP for getting the quest from Vex? I've never tried that. I know there's XP for getting the quest from Alfira that you get when talking to Leah.
You're all right. Come here, darling. Me too. But we're here
To be against the storm attack? No, not the storm attack, because that one is set up as a deck save that you are not allowed to pass. So the ring won't do anything because you can't pass it. But for the breath weapon, that includes the retaliation effect when you are dealing damage.
This isn't the. So. Shall we go for a walk?
Anywhere, my love.
Sorry, my keyboard got stuck and my UI turned off. I was trying to figure out how to fix it, that's why I was just sitting there. I couldn't figure it out.
Not as long as we can put up a fight.
I want to have a word.
Ah, everyone
Perilous
seems to be
Stakes is helpful, I
quite
found out.
flutter. Do you know why?
If you're playing on below honor mode, yeah, Perilous Stakes, you can, if you can stick the effect to an enemy, they get vuln to all damage. That's true. On honor mode, it's less relevant because you can only target allies with that.
You.
So I tend to forget that that's a thing. There's two tadpole powers that work completely differently on honor mode. Perilous Stakes and Mind Sanctuary.
Oh, you... Now, was there something else?
I said... Sure. Well, now. One and the same. Well...
We'll save Roland. No, thank you for saving you.
Ideally, I'd like to be level 9 when getting this reward from Alfira, because you can get some better scrolls, but I don't care that much.
How did you do it? You thank.
Really makes Perilous Stakes less useful. I like it, because you have to use it much more thoughtfully. Like, you can use it for the benefit of getting that healing, or you can use it on someone who you know you're going to fight, but you make them an ally first so they're a valid target. Also, it's 100% against allies. There's no saving throw or anything. So it kind of shifts how you use it a bit. It's harder to pull off without setup, but when you do set up, you can still get a lot of value.
Yeah. There's more where that came from.
But Mind Sanctuary, in most situations, Honor Mode Mind Sanctuary is more of just like a straight nerf. Instead of it being interchangeable selection of actions and bonus actions for the turn, it's a haste effect. Now, it's a somewhat unique haste effect. And you can use it to lock down enemy actions a little bit. So it's definitely got some sauce to it. Plus, if you position it weirdly enough, you can get pseudo-infinite attacks in a round. Like, it has sauce, but for straightforward just, I'm gonna use Mind Sanctuary, the other version, I find, is, like, better. I think I'm having short people problems here. Very definitely having short people problems. Not really interchangeable. Didn't like original Mind Sanctuary Max. You miss a step out of it, you only have bonus action. Yeah, I suppose it's... You could end up with the same Mystic Scoundrel War Priest charge issue. Circumstances depending. That's true. The same issue I have with War Priest. If you disguise yourself, Can you get a better throw angle? Yes. Your character is actually physically bigger or smaller. So it affects, like sometimes you can have an easier time using cover. But also your throw angles are affected. Your weight and your size classification can also change. So, like turning into a Dragonborn or half-orc, you get substantially heavier. So you don't go as far when people shove you. And if you're a halfling or gnome, well, you're very light, so you get shoved farther. But since you're small size, Goblin Fury of the Small doesn't apply to you anymore. Disguise Self is genuinely one of the most useful things you can get. And in a world without Mask of the Shapeshifter, it would be something I would talk about the value of in class combinations more. Like, Trickery Domain gets it. That's a huge W for Trickery. One of the things people don't appreciate about Gloomstalker, as much as they glaze the class, is that Gloomstalker gets that too. Assassin gets it. Arcane Trickster gets it. Of course, Wizard gets it. Warlock can take an invocation for it. I live in a non-Mask of the Cheater world. One of the reasons I chose Shadowheart for the run. You get the High Elf cantrip, and you get Disguise Self. Very, very flexible. So I have options here. I could go Cleric 9, picking up Insect Plague and Contagion, primarily. Flame Strike is cool. I like Flame Strike. Doubt I'll use it, but I like it. I could start multi-classing. So I can have Pass Without Trace in my spell list by taking either Druid or Shadow Monk. I can take one level of Rogue now for Stealth Expertise. I'm mostly just losing to rolling ones is the thing. So I think I'll go for the Cleric level 9 right now. Can maybe find someone funny to stick Contagion to. Like, I think I can stick Contagion to Zarel, no problem. And then maybe stick a hold person and do out-of-combat archery with forced crits. Yeah. Update the build command. Let's renovate this. I want to like Dispel Evil and Good, it just doesn't ever seem worth. Like, it gives you an action you can break allies out of charms and stuff. And that's cool, but like, in the context of solo, I don't know. Possession doesn't really happen very often. Always prepped Insect Plague is sick. Does Oliver take double damage if we contagion him, or was the dome? Ooh, can you contagion the dome? I never thought of that. Yeah, have to budget the pre-Act 3 scroll and buy Seeming if you don't have Mask of the Cheater. Yeah, it makes disguising for, like, Gith items much less free. And it does make the early Act 1 routing, where, you know, there's all the advantageous drow checks, it makes those a little less feasible. Now, it's Act 1, so we've routed tons of ways to do all those things, but it is still worth mentioning. Trying to remember enemies that hurt themselves. Just, like, with anything, or... I know Merkelites sometimes spawn their Involucres next to them, but that probably doesn't count as their damage.
You're all right by me.
Oh, as a combat mechanic. Hmm. Yeah, I can only really think of the dome. Expensive. Oh, I never grabbed the 4th Devil Foil. I can do that at some point.
Take care.
Garen Goth sort of falls into that category. It's not really damage.
What can I get you?
Speed slaying. Want that. Alright, as much as I want to keep going, and it has only been 8 hours, I probably should stop. I had a couple things to do. Good progress. We went from... Were we 7 or 8 today? We were probably just level 8 to level 9. But I was doing a lot of bonking, a lot of yapping, a lot of routing. We got a lot done. Levels 10 and 11, I probably take Rogue for 10, and then at 11, I maybe respec down to 8 Cleric, and then do 3 Monk, if I want to just have Pass Without Trace for funsies. Or maybe I do Spores Druid for that, because then I can have the damage die too, and temp HP merging with, not with much of anything substantial, but something to think about. Act 3 will be fun, because there's a lot of candidates for our stealth fuckery. But thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to look for someone to raid. Good convos, good vibes, as always. Oh, Danny's on. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah, today's Thursday. Alright, tomorrow is co-op with Danny. We'll raid her now. She's doing her solo run. Looks like she's in the Act 2 finale. If you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. Tomorrow co-op, Saturday, whatever I feel like doing 5 minutes before stream. I told myself that I would try to do variety for Saturday this week. I've been neglecting my Dragon Age run. But, like, I don't know, this run's pretty fun. So we'll see if I can manage to stay away. But see you guys over there. Thank you very much, as always. Bye-bye.
It's very manipulative. Shuts down the conversation and flips